MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Muhammad Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to Parliament always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arises. When there are some reasons to talk, yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, as a member of Parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to Parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much project. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
We know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for?
If you enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankie's, all the way from Frankie's down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market, going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee, even before I was born, especially when it rains. You can't walk there. You can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from Hot Coffee all the way to Kanda Highway. And there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque, and I demolished the mosque and then opened up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did all the way. Is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major route, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the WASI, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does the people, his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is that feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. For I'm always my mic. Always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
Well, that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though there's incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that, to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You've been in parliament for the next 12 years. How did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you?
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role, our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in NIMA, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in NIMA, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis? Looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country, I think I don't need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of?
I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You can make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it. That NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East Constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso East today. because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016, and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Mohammed Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNaza, if you go to Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Medina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operations, Smith, your Lungu, we have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, you have no problem. So to talk in Parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no, it's action. What we have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we'll be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in Parliament, no. We see some people speaking in Parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the Parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at Parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced me to Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the Parliament, it's not about speaking at the Parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the difference, big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project to him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the Parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Toure Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader. Listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in Parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in Parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in Parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in Parliament, then we should thank God that we are and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in parliament, talking in parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are certified with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasir because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nasir, I think, unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in the
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put bola at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsisa aba mentemu ha ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsisa abem bebre because first the kwan we no na water down nti nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so nti no ama bebia bebre nya hanko ha nti no bia hwe sende na adwuma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a wo kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama wa aya ama omo nti no eno de nkyere se wo nya adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so nti no eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wono so otimi tie nipa su frena wono so sende kakra wo no metimi abo nipa tina no de enye wonye bad wo ho se mpuntu ne sende wo hu nipa mo bronde enu de wonye ayikura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowane lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowane lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gege gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya bada uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa ga kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazar Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimati Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
It's another exciting edition of Talkatainment. As usual, I am your host, Elsie. Our guest for today is a diplomat. She loves everything Ghanaian, everything music, everything culture, everything arts. Yes, don't forget, her job here in Ghana is also to promote French culture among citizens. And that is exactly what we're about to find out, as well as more and more and more in the world of entertainment. I'll introduce my guest to you shortly after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. Like I said earlier, we have here a diplomat who I usually describe her as someone for the people. She's liberal, she's down to earth. That's how I describe her. So, Her Excellency Anne Sophie is here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for having us at your beautiful residence.
Thank you. Welcome. Akwaba.
Oh! And what else do you know in Ghanaian language aside Akwaba?
Mania J, Semewo, and GhanaWeb.
Okay, that's a nice try. That's a nice.
For having me.
That's Chi.
That's true.
Aside Chi, which other language?
Oh, I'm already struggling with tree. But sometimes I try, because, you know, I've come to realize that you come to Ghana, so people tell you, you know, one of the main languages is tree, so you try and learn tree, and then you go to Jamestown. It's not very far from here, right? And then people speak Ga.
Yeah.
So you go to Ho or the Volta region,
Yeah.
people speak Ewe. And then you go up in the north, and people speak Hausa,
yeah, Dagbani,
and you go, really? How can they actually communicate?
So many languages.
So many languages. It's so I'm trying to learn a bit of Twi, but yeah, it would take me probably another 20 years posting to manage to just sort of butcher.
I know
other Ghanaian languages.
Let's come to music. What were some of the sounds or Ghanaian music you heard even before coming here to Ghana?
Let me be very honest. France has very, very close links to Francophone Africa. Yeah. So the musicians that we know in France usually are from Francophone Africa. So we know this kind of music, which is exotic and some rhythms, reggae and this kind of stuff. But the language is French. So it's easy for us to relate. And Ghanaian music is very diverse. I mean, it's not just high life, it's hip hop, high life, dancehall, reggae. You guys can do absolutely everything. Afrobeat. And it's probably because of historical links. The bridge goes to the UK and the US, but really passes above France. So and when I arrived here, I discovered this music, and I thought it was American. I thought it was American artists, because the quality of the music, the quality of arrangement, the quality of the sounds was so professional. When you don't really pay attention to the language that is spoken, I thought it was American. And even when you listen to American rappers, they've got their own language, so eventually you're not even sure it's English. I thought it was American music. So then I got to adapt and meet with some artists, and I was like, but you are actually Ghanaian. I mean, what you produce, you mean you didn't record in America? It's actually Ghanaian. Yeah. And I got to I did my homework going through the several amazing artists that you have in Ghana, and I'm just blown away by the quality of what they do. And the UK US have spotted them immediately. Quite a few artists are doing collabs in the UK US, and they're shutting down some huge
arenas.
In the arenas. It's just very impressive. So I thought, hey, this quality of music, this professionalism, this creativity, and the youth sometimes of those artists, that tells some things about Ghana. And this somehow is a brand ambassador for Ghana. And I've got to work on that, to put Ghana on the map for France, and also use some French artists to be more known in Ghana, because you don't know many French artists, do you? And sometimes the one you will quote are actually Belgian, which is great. We like to call them French, but they're Belgian, and they sing in French. But so it's reciprocal. You don't know really French music that well. Some of it sometimes, or some songs, or some artists you don't really know, like David Guetta. No, not many people know he's actually completely French. Yeah, they think so. You see, when you reach a certain level of quality, you are labeled American. Yes, you see what I mean? Even if you are completely French or completely Ghanaian. So I think it's important to use that this quality production of music, songs, sounds, the professionalism, to show and say something about Ghana and share, because that is something that speaks to people's hearts. So back to the language you speak fluently, the hearts of people's language. Then music is certainly one language that we can speak to each other. Exactly. So, like, what artists would you look at if there's an opportunity to kind of like have a collaboration with French artists? Oh, we've done that already. Oh, we have. We have brought 6 artists of Ghana to France to do collabs with French artists. Who are those? So I think it began with Kwabna. Okay. Who's done like 3 or 4 songs already. Oh wow. Then Gasmila, Fameye, Becca. Wow. Stoneboy. Okay. And Sarkodie. Okay. So it could have been many others, and actually Aqua Boa just did one with the same French artist as well, no later than yesterday. But those 6 had done that during the summer last year. And so to present what they had done, we had a concert, Paris and Accra in December here, and we'll have a return leg for some of them in Paris in April. Oh, wow. So yes, of course. That's great. And I hope that they will seize the opportunity when they are in France. And when they went to France to record with Passy and Orti, they also met with other French artists, and they took the opportunity to show what they were doing on French radio, and to catch attention of French artists who will want to do collabs. So more French artists do more collaborations with more Ghanaian artists. But for some bizarre reasons, in the past year, many French artists have gone to France. Ghanaian artists have come to France to visit and make connections. And I know King Promise is going to perform in Paris on the 30th of April. And there's now the Ghana Music Awards that happened in Toulouse. So that is putting Ghanaian artists in France. So I just sort of opened the way a bit. And then they're very professional. They know that the moment you just open the door like this, they will just take advantage. Take advantage and make lots of connections. And French artists suddenly have interest in Ghanaian artists. I tried to contact Metro Gims, who's not really French actually, but he sings in French. We like to think of him as French, but he's Congolese. We contacted him to offer him to do collabs, and he said, but I really want to come and perform in Ghana. And we have this amazing Ghanaian-born artist called Cephas, who was adopted by French parents at the age of 8, who has done his life in France. He's now 20-something, and he is a star in France, sings in French, and he even was a finalist to represent France at the Eurovision song contest. So I know that very shortly he will come back to Ghana, back to the roots. He has not been back to Ghana ever since he was adopted. He's from Navrongo. So you see, we're certainly opening like a big channel between France and Ghana in the area of music, because that's a language we both love, understand, and I'm sure there's a lot to be done in that respect. Plus, if our French artists sing in French, that brings a bit of the French language here. So, with that being said, what's the difference, like the main difference between the Ghanaian music industry and the French music industry? Well, it's very different in terms of sound, of course. We also have rappers, but the rap is different. French rap is different. We don't have so much high life and the rhythms We have much more variety and radio commercial kind of things, but we've also got quite a diverse production. But in terms of industry, if we go beyond the actual production, this is an industry that is very strongly supported by the French government, not being funded by the government, but there is a legal frame that really helps the French artists to thrive. Every little community, we don't really have villages, but small town, has a community center where people can learn how to sing, practice music. We have music academies everywhere. So if you have just a bit of a hint of a talent, you get a chance to practice and see where it goes. Then you have access to studios to record your first record. Then you have some contests. Then you have many opportunities to try and show what you can do. And then if you really are good and someone notices you, then you can record a record. We are protecting French music in a way that we radios and TVs have a compulsory percentage of French productions or Francophone productions to display. So you can display as much music in your program on the radio as much as you want, provided you have 30% of Francophone music. That is to help the French music and the Francophone music to have a platform, but also to ensure that this traditional kind of language singing in French is not getting lost under the huge wave of American music that is of course easier, more international. With
what you have said, I think it means French in terms of advantages, they have got a lot of advantages as compared to the Ghanaian entertainment industry.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't come overnight. You see, they had some artist unions who have advocated for that. Then we also have a very strong royalty institution that collects the money from everyone who displays music and pays the artists. And this is called SSM. It's the equivalent of GhanaWeb, but it's hugely efficient.
Speaking of GhanaWeb, what's your view on all that has happened so far? I'm sure you might have heard artists.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
You see, I haven't dug into this thing. I can only observe that if you take someone like Chatawale or all those artists, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, and even those who have one huge hit, like Kelvin Boy was Down Flat, or I know I'm not listing them all, so I will have to apologize.
You've heard Down Flat, oh.
Of course, I'm trying to.
She's modern.
I'm trying to learn the choreography.
Yeah. We'll do that. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, we won't. I haven't rehearsed yet. So. Such a big hit, you see. If you register that song at the SSM and it is displayed in Europe, he will just have to sit there and wait for royalties to fall.
Yeah.
When you see the number of views on YouTube, the number of downloads on all the platforms, streams and everything, all of them should be billionaires.
Yeah.
So I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just wondering how come are they not billionaires through just royalties, not concerts, not selling, just royalties, considering the magnitude of what they are doing, of the success that they are putting out there. So there surely is something that could be adjusted and bettered and probably strengthened so that they actually can live from their art. And the way the French system works, of course, some singers with only one hit in their entire career still live on the royalties, and their children live on the royalties. So it's true that it's cash machine for people who do real big hits or whose albums are golden records. Or true, but even for small artists, if they produce one music, if there are composers for one big artist, every time it is displayed, every time it is replayed, every time it is adapted, there's something back for them. So it enables a lot of people to live, and not only the big arts whose face you have on the billboards, but also all the musicians behind, the composers, the people who do the arrangements, the people who write the lyrics, if they are not the same. So in France, this industry is helping many, many people to live, because you can only be an author and just write lyrics and still live on this.
Yeah, let's take a quick break here. I know this is getting more interesting, but when we come back, we have more for you. You are watching Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. If you just joined us, you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with the very beautiful Her Excellency Annie Sophie.
Yeah, people, aka Akosia.
But who gave you Akosia?
Some, you know, in Ghana, one of the first things people ask you is what day were you born.
Yeah.
So I said Sunday. So people say, okay, so you're Akosia.
Oh, okay.
So if I was Fanti, it would be Essie.
You know all that.
3 years and a half. I've done a bit of my homework. Really.
And when if you're an airway, what would it be?
I don't know really. Tell me. Is there a names day as well for the airways?
I think it's the same, but we say Akosia.
Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say Akosia, but the airways say Akosia.
I don't really hear the difference. Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Akosia.
Yeah, so Akosia. So what are your experiences so far? What memorable Ghanaian culture gestures have you received so far during your stay here?
Well, I wanted from the very beginning when I arrived to go to as many places as possible, to have a broader vision of Ghana. So I went to the Volta region, where there is a village called Fume. Near Vane.
Vane.
You probably know that in this area there's a large family whose name is Ave, which is also my last name. So I was quite curious to go and see and meet these people who have the same name as mine and see if we could have any connections. And we're still digging to try and find if we do, but it was quite interesting because I've always wondered where my name came from, right? Ave means the bird in Spanish, but I'm not sure it comes from there. It means hi, hello, Ave Maria.
Yeah.
And then now I also know that means forest in a way.
Yeah.
So I can have a multi...
Ave
could be a multi origin, I don't know. So when I went to the Volta region, in this village, it was Easter ceremonies. And I had this very, very emotional moment when they played the French national anthem on the middle of the mountains. And that was so emotional. You don't expect that. Can you imagine? You're in a foreign country, in the surroundings that you completely discover, that is completely new to you, and people in your honor play the Ghanaian anthem. That is wow.
You feel a sense of welcoming.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely, it's just undescribable. And that was my very first amazing encounter with Ghanaian culture. So they had a display of dances, traditional dances, and so I thought, wow. And I realized that all the dances meant something. It was actually telling a story.
So moving away from that, I see a touch of Ghana in most of your article of clothing, most of it. How do you select these outfits?
Oh, well, do you know, that tells a lot about the French fashion. People tend to think that the French elegance that we like to display is about French designers. But truth is that the way we French like to dress is a pick and mix of many international designers. So if you go to France, to the Champs-Élysées, to the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, to those streets where you have many, many shops of luxury fashion, but also if you go to shops that have more medium accessible fashion, the ones I go to be honest.
Are you sure those are the ones you go to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't afford the
Louis
luxury.
Vuitton.
No, I can't. Absolutely, no. And honestly, I'm just checking. No, I can't.
Oh, but that's where Ghanaian celebrities shop.
Yeah,
most of them.
When they can afford it, why not? I mean, and I'm glad because it's French. So thank God some people can actually buy from them. But I can't afford it. So, but I love it. I think I once treated myself with a handbag that I had saved money for years before I could actually buy it.
From which store? Which of the stores?
From Louis Vuitton. So I'm very happy I've got one handbag or maybe two out of them. But you see, on a daily basis, you're gonna dress in Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
And so the French elegance and the French way of dressing is about picking and mixing things from different designers and trying to create a look that will suit you, considering your shape and that at my age I can't wear everything. There are stuff that, you know, too short dresses really not anymore. So of course, looking at the Ghanaian fashion, there are things that make me look good and that I feel comfortable in. So this is very French to picking and mixing, including African pattern, African design.
But do you have suppliers for your Ghanaian wear, or you buy them yourself when you go out?
Oh, I go out myself. I like to choose myself, you know. So, you know, I have to try things on. So either I have tailors who come here and they take measurements, or but they are always Ghanaian, or some shops like, of course, the brands like J. Garte or Christy Brown. But I like to go to the shops so I can try things on, because they may look beautiful on a beautiful model, but then when they are made, it's not so good. So, okay, I go for something else. So, yeah, I love choosing myself.
In terms of fashion, what do you think the French will accept from Ghanaian fashion designers?
Well, first of all, you must take your Ghanaian designers to France to show what you can do. It's not wrapping people in a wax. It's well-cut, well-designed dresses or outfits that the French would love. Every time I had French visitors here, they go back with some Ghanaian designers' outfit because they think it's something you can actually wear in France. It's not exotic. It is the shape of it is something you can actually wear. And you see, when you, especially business women or women who are working, usually it's very tough to find something that is both classical and serious and yet a bit of original.
Yeah.
We don't want to dress like suits and tie, really, like men. So we want to have something that looks serious but still has something
casual.
Yes. Yeah. So what I would immediately wear is a jacket like this, but the interior would be with an African print.
Yeah.
Or African design. So yeah, Sekbi, for instance, has put together a collection with the what do you call that? I can't remember. It's from Mali. I forgot what the pattern is. It's a specific pattern, and it's absolutely beautiful. Bogolan, of course. But you know, the shape of the jacket is just very European, very Western. But then in the inside, there's this little pattern or a detail that really makes a difference.
Finally, do you think we are promoting our African made in Ghana goods well enough?
Not enough. I think you're shy. I think you're a bit shy, and I think the first step is to be conscious that what you do, be it in music, in fashion, in arts, in paintings, in photography, it is worth being displayed in Europe. So that's the first step. Say, oh, is what I'm doing that good and good enough to be displayed in Europe? The answer is yes. The second thing is, how do I do it? And I think the only way is to join forces. What you do here, like Taste of Ghana in December, you must transport that in France and in Europe. But you also have to blend with, with other music. So I don't like the idea of like a ghetto where you put all that Ghana displays and then people come and just see like they're going to see what Ghana does. It's important to promote, use brand ambassadors. So have musical collaborations with people and people say, wow, and so they are Ghanaians and you didn't know. Like you didn't know that David Guetta was French. Having designers who will be on the runway of the Paris fashion show. And people say, wow, who's that young designer? Who are those beautiful things? Well, they're Ghanaian. So you see, just in every different areas where you have added value and amazing talents, you should just join forces, go several designers, several musicians, several painters, several photographers, and join forces to bear the cost of that promotion out there. But then I think it is worth it.
Okay, so we are going to, we put some questions here.
Oh dear.
These are fan questions. You're going to pick from it. And then...
And do I have a joker? Do I have a joker where I can say, oh, I don't want to reply to that one? Ghanaian festival. Oh, I think basically December is just one big festival. You've got Afrochella, you've got Rapperholic, you've got the one in the Shire Hills.
Yeah.
You've got there was
Winterland or Wonderland.
Yeah, Wonderland. Wonderland. You've got so many festivals, and I think I would say December.
Yeah.
I think you should call December one big festival, one big party in Ghana. Yeah. I think.
But were you at any of them?
Of course. I came back from France on the 25th.
Yeah.
And I dashed from the airport to be at Rapperholic.
Wow.
So, of course, I couldn't miss that. Then I was in Afrochella. I was in Taste of Ghana. I didn't do Wonderland. I could have done, but it was in Shire Hills.
Yeah.
And I was in Wonderland, yeah. So, no, I missed the BIM concert. But next year I make sure I won't. So next year I will have like a full schedule, and my December will be back-to-back chilling. Yeah, back-to-back all the concerts, and make sure that I can see all my wonderful artists on stage.
Yeah, last one?
Oh, last one, okay. So I don't know which was the one I'm missing. Top Ghanaian musicians. You have so many. I mean, this is terrible. You have so many. I mean, you know what? Look at my Boomplay playlist. These are the songs that I repeatedly listen to, and there's already lots of them. I've listed the 6 that have done collabs with France, so Sarkodie, Stoneboy, Kwabna, Famille, Gasmila, Becca. But you have Mona For Real, which is just amazing. Wow. Jackie as well. And as for the youngs, I mean, you have Kenyatta, you have Kwame Eugene, of course, you have Kiddy, you have Kwesi Arthur, you have Calvin Boy, of course, you have, I mean, I'm forgetting some. So, of course, you have King Promise, Mr. Drew, Darko Vibes, I mean, you name it. You have, it's just incredible. You turn here, you turn there, you've got just incredible musicians, and each of them have a hit. So, yeah, I couldn't list. I mean, it's just. And don't ask me to say which one is my favorite. I love them all. I love them all.
I'm very certain you love them all. Before I let you go, you are, in as much as you are very loved by a lot of Ghanaians. Okay, I can also assume that in the same light you have been receiving harsh comments here and there. How do you take that?
Actually, not.
Really?
If they do that behind my back. But I haven't. No, I haven't.
So you haven't heard any West rumor about yourself?
No.
So far?
Nope. No, it hasn't come to me. The only thing that sometimes I get is about the Francophone Africa and questions or concerns about how France behaves in Africa. And of course, it's never nice to hear these criticisms because they are usually groundless. But at the end of the day, it gives me the opportunity to set the record straight. Because if people think that, it's because the rumors actually they are circulating about the French and France as a country in Francophone Africa. And I use every opportunity to set the record straight. And people, when they know the truth and they start thinking, does it make sense? Is it just possible? Then sometimes they apologize, sometimes they thank me because they just didn't know. So no, but about myself, no, never.
So the TikTok trend you've been following, I guess. Which of it is your favorite right now? You mentioned down flats when we were about stats.
Yeah, of course. I like Obia as well by Aquaboa.
So Obia.
Opia. Sorry,
okay.
Opia.
So
I like the latest that Amerado did with Kwame Eugene as well. Mutua.
Oh, yeah, I can see that you know a lot of these songs.
So
that's
yes.
really impressive.
Yeah,
really, really, really.
And I try to keep track of what's coming.
Because I'm sure that some Ghanaians do not know as much as you know in terms of music.
Well, I don't know. I love music, so now that I have, it's just like when you go to one festival, then what's great about Ghanaian artists is that the more famous one are dragging other ones, are doing featuring. So then that's how I actually knew Sarkodie, and then I heard Happy Day, and I saw Kwame Eugene, and then I thought, oh, who's that guy? So I did my research, and I saw that he had done featurings with other people. So, just dragging the whole thing, that's how you get to know more songs. And those you like, you go, oh, wow, this has to go on my playlist. And that's how eventually you know those songs.
Okay, but the down flats challenge, I want to teach you.
Oh, no. So you're just warming up there.
Yeah.
But get ready,
Okay, you go like this. My hair is beautiful. My hair, I know because way too big.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, then we'll come. I walk up with myself. I think it was like this,
and then you go like that.
Oh. Okay. I set myself down flat.
I told you.
Okay.
I tried.
Oh, that's really impressive.
I can see to try and learn.
So here's where we come to an end. Here's where we draw the curtains on this edition of Talkatainment. I hope you had fun on the set with one of my favorites.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We come your way same time. So till then, stay blessed and be safe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Father. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Really happy.
I hope you are doing well.
Very fun.
Thank God.
Thank you for coming. I'm very grateful.
We are grateful.
To have you today.
Thank you also for allowing us to come.
I'm very, very honored and grateful to you. So thank you. See you most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I'm grateful. We hope to have a nice conversation today. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the all-new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV, With me, Eche Atisu. And what a way to kick off this season as we speak to no mean of a personality than Reverend Father Andrew Campbell, the man known as the leper's priest. He tells us a story of how he found his way to this West African country and all the beautiful stories 50 plus years here in these beautiful countries. What is a story? Do you know about all of it? We have it all right here on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll bring you all of the details right after this. We begin our story with a man who introduces himself as Dr. Joyce Aye's twin, even though they were born in opposite sides of the world.
My name is Father Andrew Patrick Joseph Nilante Campbell. I was born on the 27th of March 1946. It was a Wednesday. And just by coincidence, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, she was born also on the 27th of March 1946. So we see each other as twins, except she was born at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was born at 5:30 in the evening, so she's older than me.
From far back in Ireland, Reverend Father Andrew Campbell speaks of the family he was privileged to be born into and why leaving them was the hardest decision.
I was born into a very, very happy family. I had a brother, Martin, but he died when he was a baby. I have two sisters, but one was killed in an accident just 3 months after I came to Ghana. Yesterday was her anniversary, which was 50 years anniversary, yes, of her death. And she was a year older than I. So she died on the 11th of January, 1971. And then I have another sister who's younger than I, just 1 year younger than me. She's at home with our two daughters who are married also with children. So there were four of us: Martin, Margaret, Deirdre and myself, and then Mommy and Daddy. And we were the happiest family. I can honestly say that the hardest thing for me coming to Ghana was leaving my family. Leaving a happy, loving, caring family. I had a wonderful mother. I had a wonderful father. And I thank God for their great example, their love. I never saw them fight. I never saw them argue. Never. You know, if they did it in the room on their own, but not in front of us children. They were always, they were in love with one another. That's how I saw it. My daddy would come home from work on a Friday. He was paid on a Friday, and he would just take out his money from his pocket and put it on the table. He says, "Here's my wages. Now what's our expenses? What's our expenses?" So they'd work out the expenses to see, you know, how they covered this, that, and the rest. They shared everything.
He tells us an interesting story about how his parents met and how his mother ended up in the convent, albeit shortly.
My mother was a very religious person. When she finished school, she went into become a pork butcher. All our family were pork butchers, the whole family. All my aunts and my uncles, my grandfather and all of them, they were all pork butchers. And my mother, of course, became a pork butcher. So she was in a shop selling pork, you know. And that's where she met my father. My father was living near the shop, and he must have been coming there to buy meat, and he met her. And obviously, he asked her out, and they were dating one another. For how long, I don't know. I never asked my father these questions. I should have, but I didn't. But they were dating for a while. And then one day my mother said to my father, "I have a feeling God is calling me to be a reverend sister." And I don't know what my reaction was from my father, but my mother actually left for the convent, the Sacred Heart Convent. And you know, ever since that time, I've got a strong devotion to the Sacred Heart. My mother joined our congregation just for 3 months because after 3 months her health broke down and she came out. But she was 3 months in the convent as a postulant of the Sacred Heart Confraternity. And that, for her whole life, she inspired us with devotion to the Sacred Heart. Our home was consecrated to the Sacred Heart. We had always had the red light of the Sacred Heart burning, in our hallway. The big picture of the Sacred Heart. So she always gave us that devotion. The Sacred Heart will take care of you. So when she left the convent, who was there ready to meet her except my father? So they started dating again and got married. And I can honestly say my mother was a wonderful person. She loved cooking. She baked beautiful cakes and apple tarts and also she just loved it. And she was always helping people, always assisting people no matter what she was. She'd go to the church in the morning on our bicycle. There was always a basket on the front of our bicycle, and she would ask the neighbours, "Can I buy things for you? Anything you want down at the shops?" And she would do that. She was so caring and so loving and always thinking of other people. My father too was also a very caring man. He did a lot of work in the Legion of Mary, and he used to visit old people every week and bring them out for parties and one thing or the other. He was also very, very caring and sharing in every way. So the two of them, my mummy and my daddy, had a wonderful family.
Tragedy, however, struck his home and took away one of his dear sisters, and 50 years on, he never forgets.
We weren't well off because nobody in our family went to secondary school except me. I was the only one who went to secondary school. My sisters didn't go to secondary, they went to primary school, and my eldest sister, she died and she was working, and it was a tragic death. She was on the back of a motorbike, and the car came and knocked her down. The boyfriend survived, he's alive, got married again. And I don't think, I can't forget my sister. She took over when my mother died, and she cared for us in our family. She was such a loving person. I could even remember just there on the 11th, it was just her 50th anniversary, so I can never forget Margaret for her love and care. So that was the family I came from. And we had prayer every evening. Mommy would take the rosary beads out and say, "Right, time for rosary. Turn off the radio." We had no television in those days. No television, no telephone, no car. We were just an ordinary family. So she would take out the rosary beads and give everybody the rosary. We'd all grab a chair and kneel behind a chair, and we'd pray the rosary together. Because we always said, a family that prays together will stay together. You never left our house without her blessing you. She had a holy water font on the side of the door, and she blessed everybody going out. She took us to Mass every morning. Every morning she took the children to Mass, and I'll always remember that. After communion, we'd all be kneeling down, my two sisters and myself would be kneeling down, and then Mommy would come back from communion. And one thing I'll always remember about her, she kissed every one of us after communion. Now, I must have been about 4, and my eldest sister was 5, and my younger sister was 3, because we hadn't made our first communion. And Mommy would come back from communion, and she would kiss each one of us. And I wondered, why would she kiss us? Why? And it was her way of sharing Jesus with us. She received Jesus in communion. Now she wanted to share Jesus with us, and she would just kiss each one of us. It was a wonderful gesture. Even the prayers, she prepared me for my first communion, because I made my communion when I was 6 years of age. I was in primary school. So I was only 6 years of age when I made my communion. And who prepared me was my mother. Even the prayers I say today, and I'm 51 years a priest, the prayers I say after communion every day at Mass is what my mother taught me. So to me, my family were everything to me. They taught me everything, and they gave me all that love and that support.
While he had a happy home to grow in, little Andrew Campbell did not entirely have an easy life.
When I was 13, when I was 13, things weren't easy at home. I mean, I remember times going to school with big holes in my shoes, and I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. And we'd stick a piece of cardboard in them, and I'd go to school with cardboard in my shoes. Or I'd have a patch in my trousers. We couldn't afford a new pair of trousers. Things were difficult. It wasn't easy for my mommy and my daddy. As I say, nobody went to secondary school. I was 13 when I finished primary school. And that's when my father says, Andrew says, we cannot afford to send you to secondary school. It'll cost £10 a year. We haven't got it. Go and work. So at the age of 13, I went to work in a wholesale grocer's on the back of a truck. And I did that for 1 year. We worked for a Jew man who was very strict. 8 o'clock in the morning you start work. I'd go to mass at 7:30, then come to work at 8 o'clock. And you work from 8 to 6 every day for 30 shillings a week. And I'd bring that money home to my daddy and say, Daddy, here's my money. Every week we got paid on a Friday, I gave it to Daddy, here's my money. And he gave me 2 and 6 pocket money out of that. And that went on for 1 year. And then the second year, I was promoted at the age of 14. I was promoted to the shop. And I was behind the counter. And there I was responsible for all the big sales of chocolate, big chocolate boxes, chocolate, cheese, cigarettes. All of these, I was in charge of that at the age of 14. But I still wasn't happy.
Like an inner voice constantly thumping through his heart, he grew up feeling unhappy and sensing that there was something missing in his life that he needed to resolve.
Something was calling me and said, look, this is not for you. It's not for you. So at the age of 15, I applied to the Divine Word to the junior seminary over in England, and I wanted to be a priest. And I always felt that calling, that God is calling me to be a priest. When I was in primary school, I used to read these magazines, you know, on missionaries going out to various countries in Africa and Philippines and different countries. And I always had that feeling, God is calling me to share the gospel with others. And that's where it started, that's when the seed was sown in primary school. So when I was working for those 2 years, I wasn't happy. I said, this is not for me, you know. And I applied and I got entrance into the junior seminary over in England. And I was there, I did my O-levels, I did 3 years, I was over there. I did it, prepared for my coming to the major seminary. So at the age of 18, then that's when I applied for the major seminary. But every holiday I worked. I worked in supermarkets, sweeping floors, putting food on shelves. I worked in a big clothing factory where they take pieces of clothing, you know, from various factories, and you sort them. Well, this is nylon, this is polyester, this is cotton. I worked in a big shop, you know, huge, big bowl, big packages of old cloth and the rest. I worked in various places, you know, during the holidays because I had to work. I had to think of the next term. What's happening the next term? I need money for the next term. So we never did extra classes at home, never. You always went to work, whether it was a long vacation or whether it was Christmas time, it didn't matter. You went to work to bring money in. And I worked, when I remember when it was 1964, I worked in a supermarket in Dublin and I was sweeping floors and I was putting food on shelves. And that's when I applied to join the major seminary to go along to be a Divine Word missionary and start my education and my training as a Divine Word missionary, and I've become a novice.
Becoming too clear by this time that he might just miss his opportunity to go to the seminary, all that was left for the young Andrew was a miracle. And a miracle did he get.
I was working in the shop, downstairs in the storeroom, and sweeping and cleaning and the rest. And I had to get a long list of clothing and others to go to the seminary. And I said, what am I going to do? I don't have any rich grandfather. I don't have any auntie or uncle that can give me money. I don't have that. I don't have anybody. I had to buy shoes, suit, shirts, underwear, all of these. But I managed. One or two people gave me, here's a pair of new shoes for you, here's some socks for you, such and such. So they helped me out. But I was left with black cassocks, 3 black cassocks. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have the money. Mommy and Daddy didn't have the money. My grandparents were all dead. So what do I do? So I said, Lord, you want me to be a priest for them? Please, you help me. And that's when a letter came in to the postman, brought a letter, put it into the letterbox. And then there was a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, this was August 1964. Dear Mr. Campbell, please accept this gift. It was a £10 note, exactly what I needed to buy my 3 cassocks. Please accept this little gift as a gift from me and my children. I pray you'll be a holy priest and a good priest. Pray for me and my children. Signed, Donor. Who the donor is, I don't know. I don't know. You're going back to 1964. 64. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody in my family would have £10 note. Nobody. And I said, who is it? I guess I have to wait till I go up there before I find out who it was to be able to say thank you. But whoever it was, I'm most grateful that he went out of the way. And £10 was a lot of money in those days. So with that £10, I went and bought my 3 black cassocks, got ready for the seminary, and on the 8th of September 1964, I said goodbye to my family. I says, now I'm off to the major seminary. And I spent 2 years in novitiate in the west of Ireland.
His journey to becoming a fully fledged priest had taken flight, and the next major thing for him after his training was his journey to this West African country, Ghana. How he got here is an interesting story, and he shares it with many smiles.
At the end of 2 years, you took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And during those 2 years, it was quite strict, quite strict. We talked for the first time of the day at 10 minutes to 11 in the morning. And you talked for 10 minutes. And then all meals were silence, except tea. Tea was 15 minutes you could talk, and then it was silence. We had a lot of silence, time of prayer, time of conferences. Every day we had football. I was on the football field every day. Whether it was raining or snowing, whatever it was, the group of us were always cross-country running. I used to do cross-country running. All these things we did. And that was for the 2 years that I trained to be a novice and prepare for my first vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In our second year, we started philosophy. So we started philosophy, and then the second year, novitiate, and the third year I was there, I did the second year of philosophy. And then I went to Dublin, to the major, it's a very big major seminary in Dublin called Maynooth. Hundreds and hundreds of clerical students are being trained there for the priesthood. So I went there for 4 years and did my theology and got my degree from the seminary. And every long vacation, you had a choice. You could go and work wherever you wanted to work. No, we didn't do pastorals. So the first year I went to work as a welder, and a welder in a big factory in London. The second year I said, no, I want to work in a hospital. So I applied for a hospital in Liverpool. And I went to Liverpool and I worked as an auxiliary male nurse. I had my uniform, a nice uniform with trousers, all white. So everybody thought I was a nurse. I hadn't got a clue about nursing. I didn't know. But we did our best. And I worked in the medical ward. I worked in the urological ward. I didn't even know what the word urological meant when he said Mr. Campbell, you're going to the urological, to the what? The urological ward, I remember that. And even, I got to know some of the people very well there. They were so good, so good. And then the third year, I went and also went back to the same hospital, and I worked there in the outpatients department and the emergency. It was right beside the docks, the Liverpool docks, and people coming in with all sorts of injuries. Some of it was awful. And then the fourth year, I was ordained a priest. And I was ordained a priest on the 20th of December 1970. There were 3 of us in our class. There were 15 in the class, and there were 3 of us. We were only 24 years of age, and that's young. You don't get ordained until you're at least 25. So my superiors had to write to Rome and get permission for us to be ordained at the age of 24. We were ordained at the age of 24. And of the 3 of us, 1 is gone to heaven, and 1 is back in Ireland, and I'm here. The rest, we scattered all over. Some went to India, some went to Kenya, some went to South America, but the 15th scattered. And that's, I miss my class, because I have no classmates to talk to. No classmates to talk to, unless I go home to Ireland, there's 1 or 2 there. And then I came to Ghana.
An Irishman in the hot climates of Ghana. Tough as it was, he explains how the love from the people of Osu got him grounded.
I left Liverpool on the 1st of October, and I took the Elder Dempster line, the Oriole, the boat. I took that boat on the 1st of October, 1971. The reason why I came to Ghana, when I applied to the Divine Word Missionaries, I wanted to come to Africa. And with the Divine Word Missionary Congregation, Ghana was the only country they were working in. Now we're working in many, many, many countries in Africa, many countries. But at that time, it was the only country. That's why I applied for Ghana. And you're given a choice. You know, you're told, give three choices, first, second, and third. I got my first choice, which was Ghana. And I came with another priest. 2 of us came on the boat. On the high seas, we came on the boat 13 days on the high seas, right through the Bay of Biscay. So we came to Ghana and arrived on the 13th of October, 1971. But the priest that came with me, after 3 or 4 months, he said, no. He said, this life is not for me. So he left. He left and went back to London and became parish priest in London. He did very well there, and I stayed here. And just at that particular time, I got a telegram stating that my sister was killed in a motorbike accident. And that had an awful, bad, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating. So I went back to Ireland, but I missed the funeral. The funeral was in the morning, I arrived in the evening. And that had a devastating, it took a long time for me to get over this. So that's how I came to Ghana. And they were the beginning, the early days here in Ghana. It wasn't easy settling down to the climate. Ireland is cool climate, you know, the rain, during the summer it's nice summer, but it's never hot like in Ghana. Never hot, and Ghana is a different climate completely. The food, I mean, I never heard of fufu before. I never heard of banku. I never heard of, you know, all of these. I never heard of those before. So I had to get used to all of the food, the climate, the people. You know, and it was difficult at the beginning, I must say. I didn't find it easy. And I was assigned to St. Peter's, Osu, for a few months. And when I was assigned, I didn't want to stay in Ghana. I wanted to go back to Ireland. Because I said, I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. I knew nobody. And I wasn't happy. My sister had just died. and I was trying to settle down, and I couldn't. So I applied to go back to Ireland, and it was hard. It was hard. But when I went to St. Peter's in Osu, and I took over, the priest there had died, Father Feeney, the Togolese priest. He had died, and I took over the parish there. I loved it. The people, they were so good to me. They won me over, and because of them, you know, I stayed, and I thank God that because of them I'm here today. So I'm very, very grateful to the people in Osu for being so kind and looking after me during those early days. They don't know what they were doing, because it was such a happy community and a loving community, and they won my heart over, and that's why I stayed in Ghana.
The death of his father was a hard one for him, but he says at least he was proud of something in that moment. His wishes were met.
Then I was my father died in 1976. I was called home to Dublin, and my father had cancer. My father used to smoke, something I hate. He smoked, and it was too late. He got cancer of the lung. And I was with him right to the very, very, very end. I was with Daddy. He was such a wonderful man, such a wonderful man. He gave me all the encouragement. And the strange thing about my father, you know, he always supported me going away to be a priest. I was the only boy in the family. My little brother died when he was a baby, so I was the only son in the family. And the two of us were always together. We'd go on holidays together, we'd go cycling together. You know, we used to work in the garden together. We used to do all these things together. Sunday we'd cycle over to see Grandma, and then in the afternoon we'd go to a football match. But we were always together. Dad was a wonderful person. So when he was dying, I stayed with him right to the very end. So on the 27th of June, it was the only day he spent in bed. The only day and I called the doctor, and the doctor says, there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. So he asked me, he said, Andrew, there's a crucifix behind me over my bed. Take that crucifix and put it in front of me here. Which I did. And I still have that crucifix beside me in my own bed here. So take that crucifix and put it, you know, right in front of me. And I went for evening mass in the church, parish church, came back and said, Daddy, what do you want? Oh, just a bit of bread and a cup of milk. So I brought it to him. When I came back afterwards, then he went into a coma. And he died in my arms. And it was a wonderful experience in the sense that earlier on, some months beforehand, I was upset one day, very upset. And I went to see the matron of the hospital which Daddy was admitted to. And I said to the matron, I said, Matron, my father's dying of cancer. And I said, when I was a seminarian, I've seen people die of cancer. I said, I'm scared. What should I do? You know, he's the next room to me. So I was in one room, Daddy the next, and my sister and husband in the next room. I said, what happens if during the night he takes bad? What do I do? I don't know what to do. And I was really worried. And the matron said to me, Father, look it, you don't worry. God will take care. God will take care. And here was a nurse, a nursing sister telling a priest, you know, God will take care. She was giving me counsel. Oh, I'll never forget that. Then I went to the church. I said, God, okay, you win. You win. I argued with her. I said, you've taken my brother. You've taken my mother. You've taken my sister. Now you want to take my father. Why? Why? So I argued with him and argued with him. In the end, I said, okay, God, you win. You win. It was hard. It was hard. And I said, God, I want two requests from you. Number one, that when Daddy is dying, I want to be with him. Number two, he has no pain. I've seen patients die of cancer in pain. And I wanted to be with my father when he died. That 27th of June, 6 o'clock in the evening, when Daddy took bad, I was with him. He died at 7. There was nobody else with him. I was on my own with him. He had no pain. He just went into a coma and gradually went off quietly. It was beautiful death, as if I'd taken him to heaven, as if I'd gone there and come back. And I must say this, Richard, since that experience, I have never been afraid of death. You know, it taught me something, there's something, life after death, there's something special there. And as if there was that happy feeling, you know, that Daddy's gone to a place where there's no cancer, where there's no pain, there's no hospital, there's no suffering. And I felt happy for him. And I sat there with him, holding in my arms. There was no crying. I just said, Daddy, you've gone to where you were made for. And I held him in my arms. And then the neighbors came in and started crying, then I left him. But I always remember that was at 1976. I came back to Ghana.
Alright, so we're back on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. The final play of the FIFA World Cup qualifiers at the Abiola Stadium in Abuja ended in favor of the Black Stars after 1-0 draw after 90 minutes. The Black Stars are through to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Today on this episode, I have some ladies here and I'll be interacting with them how they felt after Ghana qualifying, and we didn't just qualify, but we had to eliminate our rivals, the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining me here. Yesterday you watched the game. How did you feel that we were able to pull through doing it against Nigeria?
Okay, so at the end of the game, I was very excited because we played draw and then Ghanaians were able to qualify for the quarterfinal. We were able to, but can you tell me one player who impressed you the most in the game? Okay, it was Thomas Partey. Are you crashing on him? Maybe some other time. All right, so finally, the coach, he's doing the job on part-time basis. He's a staff of Borussia Dortmund in Germany. Do you want the GFA and the ministry to retain him as the permanent coach for the Black Stars? Yeah, he's doing well, so I think they should keep him. All right, so she thinks that Otuado should be retained and given the job on a permanent basis. Let me introduce the two of you. Yesterday you watched the game. We did it against Nigeria. What was your initial thought before the game? Were you afraid that Nigeria would beat us? Well, I was a little nervous, but I was still having hope that we would qualify. So I was still praying. I was praying until I had goal, and then I was like, yeah. Right, so what was the general reaction after the game ended? Oh, I was happy.
it got to a point I thought we were losing when Nigeria scored. But when the game ended, I was happy because at long last we've qualified. So
how did you celebrate the victory?
I was just running around like that, jumping, swimming. Yeah.
Any favorite Black Stars player?
I think I like the goalkeeper.
You like the goalkeeper? Joseph Waloko.
Yeah.
So, Jojo, you have a crush here. Let me speak to you. Do you share the same sentiment with your friend?
Yes. At the end of the game, I was very, very excited because I have few friends, Nigerian friends. We were arguing before the match and then they were mocking. So after the match, I was very excited and I gathered the courage to go and mock them as well.
So now, do you say that the Jollof Derby is over?
they are still not ready to give up. They are still not ready to give up. But at the end, Ghanaians still have the best.
Do you want the coach to be retained because he's doing the job on part-time basis?
Yes, so far what he's doing is impressive because, yes, they should just maintain him.
All right, so Ministry of Youth and Sports and Ghana Football Association, you heard what our first guest on the show had to say. Retain Otuado for the job. President Adodankwa Akufo-Addo initially, right after the game, called Otuado that we are going to kidnap him right here in Ghana. We are not going to allow him to go back to Borussia Dortmund. When we go along and speak to other football fans. So do you think that Otuado should be given the job on permanent basis after qualifying the Black Stars to the 2022 FIFA World Cup at the expense of the Super Eagles of Nigeria? We do the discussion here today. How you felt after the victory, officiating and all the others. I'll start with you.
Okay.
How do you see the game in general, the two legs and especially the second leg in Abuja?
Oh, okay, so let's take it from AFCON. Right, you could see right from AFCON to the World Cup qualification, you could see their style of play changed. AFCON, they were playing as if they were not playing more like a team. They were just playing bim, 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 bim. But with the two, the World Cup qualifications, you could see they would work the ball right from the keeper. They would play, and they really played like a team. The bim, bim style changed. So you could see it was the coach was really as well. It wasn't you were playing Obi and Mbonti money there. This time it wasn't more of that again.
Okay, so what will you say about the officiating in the second leg?
To me, let's put let's be real. Yeah, I'm not,
sentiment aside.
It was a penalty in 18-yard box. If you touch a player, whether it was a hard or soft touch, it's still a penalty. And there was a touch. You could see Edu or whatever his name is, Odoi touched him, and if he had not touched him, it could have been a goal. So to me, it was a penalty.
It was a penalty.
It was a penalty.
All right. So I'll come back to you with the main question. How did you also see the game, and how do you feel that 2018 Ghana couldn't make it to the World Cup in Russia, but we are going to Qatar?
Okay, to me, it's good. It feels really good because comparing from the beginning of our qualifications matches, the Black Stars performances were very low as compared to this one. Like this one, you could see that they played a very good game from the first leg to the second leg. But for the second leg, our first half wasn't that really good. But the second half, when Otuado did some changes, and then like he brought some tacticals, and you could see that we were really in charge on the second half. So we did very well, and I'm grateful for the victory. I'm very happy.
All right, now we've settled the Jollof Derby, the Jollof War, everything we have in Ghana. We seem to be competing against the Nigerians. We've had a good one over them. The last time was in 2001. They denied Ghana from qualifying for the 2002 World Cup. How do you feel after the game that we got the qualification and we did it against Nigeria?
Oh, actually, it's a great feeling because for so many years we haven't had a football game like this before. Like we've been hungry for a long time. So for us being able to qualify to the World Cup, I think it's a great feeling for us, and I'm sure they will go there and prove themselves very
They'll
well.
go there and prove their. How? What will you say about officiating too?
Oh, the officiating, it wasn't all that okay. For me, for the penalty, it was a real penalty, but there were some card.
In terms of the general performance of the referee?
Oh, I'll give him like 50%.
50%?
Yes. Because there were some fouls being taken, which was too red. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
Okay. But Otuado, the president said that when he comes to Ghana, they are going to give him the job on permanent basis. Do you support that? And has he proven enough to be the one to handle the Black Stars in the long term?
I really support, and I think if they give him the chance, it's a cool deal. Because just the 2 games he has played, he has shown that he has something better for the team. You can see the team is well organized, and if they are playing on tactical basis. After the first half and the second half, like when they came back on the second half, you could see there was a tactical play.
Okay, so if you are Otuado, will you leave Borussia Dortmund? Will you risk your job at Dortmund to come and take Ghana?
Oh yes, I will do.
Okay, do you support Otuado to be given a job on permanent basis?
Not really. I don't really support that because he already has a job at Dortmund, and then we have Chris Hughton as
the technical
advisor. So I think Chris Hughton can be given the chance to lead the Black Stars. He has experience in the Premier League, so I think he can really do the job. But Otuado, he's good although, but I think he should focus on Dortmund more, and then he can be like a technical advisor to the team, or he can be added to the technical team.
So it's Chris Hughton for you?
Yeah, Chris Hughton for me.
All right, so Otuado, Chris Hughton, let me also hear from you. Do you think that, do you support the call for Otuado to be given the job as the permanent Black Stars coach? I'll end with you. You've heard what your friends had to say about it, officiating and everything. Do you support Otuado to be given the job as a full-time?
In as much as he has done well the 2 matches, but we've been following football for quite some time, and you can't just use 2 matches to judge a coach. He did very well, but 2 matches can't just be used to justify whether he's good or not. So I think maybe they should give the team to him for some time, and then later they can consider if he's the man for the job. But to me, 2 matches is not enough to judge a coach.
2 matches is not enough to judge a coach and see whether he can do the job or not. For Manchester United fans, they can relate what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did at Parc des Princes when he turned everything around against Paris Saint-Germain. That is what this gentleman is trying to avoid. But the 2 of them, the one on my far left believes that Otuado should be given a job. This one is going for Chris Hughton. Which one do you also want? Let me hear from you in the comment section. It's sports debate on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are doing the post-mortem of the Ghana game against the Super Eagles. We've qualified to Qatar. But do you think that Otuado did enough for us to give him the job on permanent basis? Because now he's working with Borussia Dortmund. Yesterday you watched the game. We won. But how did you feel that we were able to do it against the Super Eagles?
There's nothing interesting than to win a game against your bitter rivals, Nigeria. So I was happy with the results. At this moment, we didn't need any exciting football. All we needed was to make sure we beat Nigeria and then qualify to the World Cup. So I was excited about the results yesterday.
Do you share the same fate?
No, I think that's where I have a problem. Mine has to do with the overall performance. I think it plays a very important key in how other teams would see you. So yeah, we won, but I think the overall performance was not really good.
Right, so you think that with this performance, when we go to the World Cup, we can't make any impact than we did in 2010?
Sincerely speaking, no.
No?
Seriously. Because if you come against a very competitive team like, let's say, France, Germany, nah, seriously, I don't think we can make it.
So
I think moving forward, at least, I don't know whether it's motivation or something, but I think we need to up our game, seriously.
So, will you give Otuado the job?
Yeah, I think he's really doing well. Yeah, for the last 2 matches, I think he's really doing well. Then I think he needs a push. Yeah, so I think the guys are doing well, though. But I think with our performance, we need to at least be up there. if we can compete with the other best teams.
We also complain against the performance of referee Sadu Selmi of who officiated the game. Yeah. Do you share the sentiment of Ghanaians that he seemed to be on a mission to make sure that we won't go to Qatar?
Well, I think to a point, I believe indirectly, I think the same thing happened when we were playing in Ghana. There's this idea of the fact that we are playing at home, so there's this home advantage team. I think the whistles were too much yesterday, and then a lot of them has to go against Ghana. So to a point, I do agree with them. Yeah.
All right. So finally, were you happy that we were able to do it, not only do it, but against the Eagles?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I like the way the boys played, but that was in Kumasi. But when they went to Nigeria, I was not that happy because they didn't put up a very good performance, though. But it was good. We won.
Who was your man of the match of the day?
I'll give it to the keeper.
The goalkeeper?
Yes.
Walcott.
Yeah,
why are you giving him your man of the match award?
I think he did some good saves. I like the way he saved the ball, and I was happy. When we conceded a penalty, I was thinking he could catch the ball, but he couldn't. But it was okay. We had 1-1 and qualified, so it's okay.
All right. The president made it clear yesterday that he will, I think on Tuesday, that he will give the job to Otuado. Do you support that decision?
Yes. I want that because the substitutions that he did was very good. As he brought on different players and subbed off Jordan Ayew, I was really happy because I think that helped the game, and he has that mentality of pushing the boys to play well. So.
What about the performance of the referee?
Yeah, I think he did well. The refereeing was good. He made nice decisions, and I think he's good.
So the penalty was a good call?
Yeah, it was a good call.
All right, let me take your bite on the performance of the referee, then we wrap everything up. Were you impressed with some of the calls that he made?
Not at all, but this is very common in African football. Always the home team have the advantage, so I wasn't surprised about the referee's decisions. But I wasn't happy with the referee because this is a platform that you book your ticket to Qatar, the most prestigious tournament in the world, and so when you are handling a game in such magnitude, you don't make certain mistakes. So I wasn't impressed with his performance yesterday, but we were able to qualify, so I was happy with that.
Some say that the penalty was soft, others it was not at all.
For me, there was a contact because when you say it's too soft, then we can go back to and review our game against South Africa. Yeah, so we can say same. It was a clear penalty. There was a contact. Our defender didn't get the ball, and then the referee whistled for a foul. So I support the referee. It was a clear penalty.
The performance of the referee on the day was not up to the standard, but the penalty was a good one. If you disagree, then go and look at the penalty Daniel Amate got against the South Africans at the Cape Coast Sports Stadium. But the three of them are rooting for Otuado to be given the job on permanent basis at the Black Stars coast as we prepare for Ivory Coast 2023 and the FIFA World Cup in November. So I have the final two on this episode of the Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Ghana, we finally made it to the FIFA World Cup after missing out on the 2018 edition in Russia. Do you want Otuado to be retained as the Black Stars coach because he's doing the job on a temporary basis? James, I will start with you. Okay. How did you feel that we won the game, but we did it against Nigeria in the Jollof Derby?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I think it's a well-deserved win, especially coming from the background where the background of the AFCON, where we performed abysmally. We went and came home with only 1 point, yeah. And our Nigerian counterparts have been able to reach the round of 16. But if you look at the history of the derby, the two teams, on paper, we look so good as a country going into the match. But I have always said that Ghana-Nigerian derby is not about the current form of the two teams, but it's about the performance of
on the day.
On the day, the best team carries the day. It's just like Ghana's Hassan Kotoko match, and so it has proven it. Although we were the underdogs going into the game, after the two legs, it is obvious that as we have all wished, we have qualified for Qatar 2022 in November.
Who was your man of the match on the day?
For me, my man of the match was the captain of the team, Thomas Partey. I think he's displayed leadership, especially giving us the goal that actually gave us the qualification ticket. Is huge for me, and so I will give it to Thomas Partey. If I don't give it to him, then I'll give it to the goalkeeper, Jojo Wallacott, because I think he pulled some strong strings there to save some critical shots from the Nigerian front that actually kept the scores at 1-1. Other than that, we would have conceded more than that. It's obvious they created more chances on the day than the Black Stars have done. Had it not been his saves, maybe the story would have been different. So it is Thomas Partey for me. But apart from him, then it's obviously the goalkeeper.
All right, so I'll come back to you. Jojo Wallacott has been mentioned again. Andrew, you watched the game critically as a sports analyst. How did you feel that we were able to do it? Because when the draw came out, about 90% of Ghanaians were afraid as we were going to face Nigeria. They were claiming that they have 9 strikers, they want to loan us one and all that.
I for one, I didn't feel, or I didn't see it as a surprise, because I knew who we were going to play against. The Nigerians are not walkovers. It was going to be a difficult task, but we just needed to calm our nerves, then see what the tournament unfolds, or how the tournament will bring everything to the Ghanaian populace. So I felt Ghana as a whole, yes, we needed to appease the supporters. Nigeria also needed to appease the supporters after our AFCON performance. So this was the opportunity that Ghana had to do that. Yes, going to Nigeria, we had to do all this in Kumasi, but we had to wait to do that in Nigeria, which I think was a good one. Yesterday, they had to do that yesterday. Giving that to the president on his birthday was a surprise for the president, for him, taking the country to Qatar 2022. Looking at the circumstance around Ghana now, and be able to qualify for Qatar 2022, it was a plus. It was a plus to the team.
His man of the match was Thomas Partey or Joseph Wallacott. Who will be your man of the match?
I know what I'm about to say will sound weird, but my man of the match is Jordan.
Jordan Ayew.
Jordan Ayew, because if you look at the first leg and the second leg, Jordan was playing under instructions, which he did perfectly well.
Who didn't play under instructions?
Almost all of them did, but Jordan was strictly on the flanks, trying to stop the right side of the attack of the Nigerians, which he did well. If Jordan was to move from the right to his normal position in the middle, would have gotten that place empty where they could have used to score, because that is their stronger side. And Jordan was there to help the left back. Do you get it? So Jordan did everything for the team. Yes, if you watch Jordan play, Jordan normally don't draw back that much, but in both games, he comes back to the left side and goes on attack as well. So Jordan did a good job. Yes, the team did well, but yesterday you could tell that in the 60th to 70th minutes, they were exhausted.
Yeah.
They were tired. So that could tell you the kind of momentum they brought into the game. Yes, Kudus did well. Almost all the boys did well. The debutants, they did well. They did well. Wallacott, yes, he did well. Many were rooting for Ofori. He coming back to come and take the position. But I for one, mentioned that, yes, Otu should stand his grounds, maintain Wallacott, and see if Wallacott will prove that, yes, when he's given the chance to, he can also do same for Ghana.
Okay, you mentioned the president. And then on Tuesday night, right after the game, the president, in his call to the coach, told him that when he come back, he's not going to allow him to go to Dortmund. And he is rooting for Otuado to be given the job on permanent basis. Are you supporting him?
Yes. It's funny. It's the call of Otu to make that. If he is going to leave,
but it's very difficult to turn down a request from the president.
Yes, it's going to be difficult, but you and I know in this country that Otu coming to coach the Black Stars is not a permanent job. If he goes to Qatar and nothing goes or it doesn't go well, we will fire him.
It comes with a job.
Yes, so at Borussia Dortmund, he's doing well. And those there, they are not like we here. They are different. You can win or you can lose about 30 games and win one. They will still hail you.
So if Otuado is your uncle, you tell him to reject the job?
Not reject the offer, but I'll sit him down and tell him that, yes, you suffered before going to Borussia Dortmund. So if it's Ghana you want, and you want to come and be the coach of Ghana, knowing well that some years to come, you will be sacked. That is your decision. But if you still want to be at Dortmund and know what is at stake for you, yes, you can go for the ultimate. For one, I feel he should vary his decision. He shouldn't be in a haste to jump and accept the offer. He should sit down critically and assess whether or not Ghana is the best, or this time is the right opportunity for him to come and coach the Black Stars. He can still be part of the technical team going to the World Cup. That is no mistake. But if he takes the coach as the Black Stars, believe you me, it's going to be very, very difficult for Otuado in Qatar 2022.
It is going to be difficult for Otuado, that's Andrew. And per what he's saying, he's supporting the decision. But his issue is with job security that comes with the Black Stars job. James, you heard Andrews. He is supporting Otuado, but his main concern is job security. And that comes with the job. You can be hired today, the next hour, you can be fired as a coach. Do you support the cause for him to be maintained as the permanent Black Stars coach? Others are also saying that we saw what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did with Manchester United. Did very well in his first 3 or so games. When they gave him the job on permanent basis, it was all about Ishala.
I also think that it's a personal decision to take, looking at the job security on the two sides. But I believe even if he's not the head coach of the Black Stars and he's relegated into the technical team, I believe the amount of time he would spend with the Black Stars being a technical team member will be the same amount of time he will spend with the team when he's a head coach. And so issue about he being head coach and losing his job or not having time for Dortmund any longer applies even if he's a member of the technical team, because if the head coach on several occasions when a head coach is sacked, he goes with the technical team as well. And so I think that the president's call yesterday settles the issue about who will be made, whether Chris Hilton will be given the permanent job or Coach Otuado would be appointed a permanent. I think it settles it, because I don't know who would take a decision contrary to what the president said in that call we heard yesterday. The GFA, I'm not sure, can take that decision, although we heard some very influential government officials were rooting for Chris Hilton.
So it is Otuado for you?
It is Otuado for me because of that call made yesterday. And we don't have any option, because what is the guarantee? The question is, what is the guarantee that if we give it to Chris Hilton, he would do better than Otuado has done now? Otuado has just justified his inclusion, and going to Qatar 2022 is not an avenue for justifies where we'll be wanting Chris Hilton to also justify. So for me, I think it's Otuado for now for Ghanaians.
It is Otuado against Chris Hilton. It has always been between the two. Well, Otuado was given the nod as the interim coach, whilst Chris Hilton was acting as the technical advisor of the Black Stars. How did you feel that we were able to do it in the Jollof Derby against the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Do you support Otuado to be named as the permanent Black Stars coach? Let me hear from you in the comment section. It has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joel Leshen. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
The city
city of Johannesburg is really beautiful. Called Da Vinci, and I'm going to be spending 2 nights here. Let's go explore this hotel. The best part is this place is in the mall, like it's located in the same building where the mall is. So I'm going to go shopping with you all, and I know you're coming along. Anyway, this place is very cold. It's currently about 11 degrees. It's so cold. Like I didn't expect Johannesburg to be this cold, but then yeah, we are here. So let's go explore this place. Let's go. Cheers, guys. So we've been given a welcome juice, which is cranberry juice. Yes, my name is Mom. This is good. This bathtub is going to serve its purpose on this trip because I'm really going to use it. This place is very beautiful, very comfortable, very clean, and it also comes with a safe. And yeah, I've already settled in. And this is a WC and a shower. So for someone who doesn't like the bathtub, you can make good use of the shower. This place is really beautiful. Thank you so much to the South African tourism. This place is really beautiful. I'm going to be spending 2 nights at this beautiful hotel called the Da Vinci. It's in the middle of town. Let's see how outside looks like from here, from my room. It's actually in the city, and the buildings around here are so beautiful. I can't wait to explore Johannesburg before heading back to Accra. Wow, I have like just 2 days in Johannesburg and I'm really going to make it worthwhile. Wow, this place is beautiful. This is going to be my room. So comfortable, so cold, just the way I like it. So clean, white and gray. Oh my goodness, this experience, amazing. Too much enjoyment. Wow guys, I don't know if you can tell, but it's raining ice. Wow, this is my first time seeing that. Wow. Have you seen that before? It's currently raining, but this view is so beautiful. You have to see it from the restaurant. Look at this. Wow. Sunset. Cheers, guys. There's vapor coming out of my mouth. Oh my god. How was the meal? So we're going to talk about our meal. How was the meal here?
It was too much. We're fighting on our table. And we realized that you guys are slow eaters.
Yeah, and we had to come and collect your balance.
Yes. and I love the food.
I enjoyed the fish, especially.
Yeah,
that fish was.
And I'm so glad I took too much of the fish, more than anyone on the table. That was the best one.
South Africa is a vibe. Johannesburg is a vibe. It's cold here. The sun is out. There is this wind that just passed. Oh my goodness. Here is definitely a vibe. I hope you're also following me on Instagram. If you're not, my name is Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Follow me, join the family. Usually I post on my stories first before YouTube sees it. So yeah, please follow, join the family. Let's be friends on Instagram. Good morning. Good morning from my hotel. Good morning from the city. This is my morning view. The city of Johannesburg is really beautiful, and right here from my hotel, I just woke up. I'm going to have breakfast, and of course you all are coming along. This is going to be the second day having breakfast here, and yeah, I'm taking you along. Guys, this place is really nice. So what happened is, I've been here in this hotel, going like in and out of the hotel, like because we had other activities to do. So I hope like so far I've been able to show you around. But yesterday I felt like really sick, but thank God today I feel so fine. I don't know whether it's the change in weather. I don't know. Yesterday I was really feeling sick, but today I feel much better. So let's go have some breakfast, and then let's explore this hotel before I finally leave later on today. So yeah, let's go. How you doing?
Girl, good morning people. How are you? Today is Stella's last full day. I'm so sad. We're going out to eat. Go down to eat right now.
Yeah, but they are staying till tomorrow. So yeah. So yeah, let's go have some breakfast.
Yeah, you know you have to do this. This hotel is so bougie.
No, you're supposed to use. You can even use your hand. Yeah. I learned a lot of luxury things on this trip. So this is the reception area, which you already saw. So the good part is this hotel is in the middle of like the shopping mall. So here it's not like the traditional restaurant buffet where you can just go. What they have here is just cereal and then fruits. So we are going to order what we want. Yesterday I had an avocado on bread, but it was salted. So maybe today I would like to try something different. So I usually like my eggs running. Vivian likes her egg well done. Guys, let me know in the comment section. How do you usually like your eggs? Do you like it well done? Or you like it medium? Or you like it like very running? How do you like it?
Well done. You can't eat like that.
This is so good. So today is my last day here in Johannesburg, Sandton, and I mean, you can't come to the city and not shop. You can't come to the city and not see the city well. So I'm here to do my final shopping. I'm here with Sassy Funke. Guys, please, all the ladies have posted on my channel. In fact, all the ladies and gentlemen, please go to their channel, show them some love, tell them you're from Stella Chanelli.
Tell them you're from Stella Chanelli. Come, Sassy Funke. You're gonna love my channel. You're gonna love me. You might even love me so much. You might be like, Stella, we didn't know about her. Maybe we'll drop you. Is it live?
So I also just met Tina, right?
Tina Sparks.
I just met Tina Sparks here. She's a content creator based here
in Johannesburg.
Yeah. What do you do on your channel?
I do travel.
Yeah.
And like, what do you call it?
Lifestyle
content. And yeah, please guys subscribe to my YouTube channel, Tina Sparks.
Kindly go to her channel, show her some love. So today she's going to take us shopping. Yay! Ready?
I'm ready.
And this is Vivian sitting so comfortably.
What's up, guys? I don't have energy.
You don't have energy? She's so tired and she's not going to. Okay, so we're about to leave this hotel. So all we need to do is just walk to the Sandton Mall, and I'm super excited you all are coming along. So let's go. Let's spend the last day here in Johannesburg. I'm going to miss here, but one thing I'm not going to miss is the cold. So yeah, let's go, guys. So she's going to take
take us to, maybe we can get some local things to buy. Then I intend buying sneakers for myself. That's what I plan buying for myself. Then maybe can get some nice bag for my mom. So you can't come to South Africa without taking pictures here. We are currently here at the Nelson Mandela Park, which is just like less than a minute's walk from my hotel. I'm about to take some pictures at this popular place. This is how it looks like from here. Here is completed. I took some pictures here. It's a very popular landmark here in Johannesburg. So we are going shopping, and yeah, this is the Nelson Mandela Square. So if you come here, you can come have breakfast, lunch, take some pictures, yeah, and shop. Here the souvenir shop. And morning, how are you? I'm good. You can get some souvenirs. So beautiful. 30 rand. It's expensive? It's expensive. Okay, thank God for Tino. She tells me if it's too expensive, it's like 400 rand.
But it's because of the location. You can't find anything cheap here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the
location. It's the richest square mile. What do you think? In Africa, you expect to find everything expensive here.
But this shop has like beautiful things. It's right here at the mall. Wow. Look at this, the shirts. So this is the stage of Nelson Mandela. You can't take. Since my trip was sponsored, I haven't really spent a lot. So I still have some dollars I'm going to change here. So I can use for shopping because the rate in Ghana cities is like mad. So we are changing $100 and this is what's how much are we getting each?
1,000. Yeah, 1,516.
1,516. Right here at the mall. This is how their currency looks. Because Vivian came with her passport, yeah, she had to like take all of us our $100 and change it at once.
Don't move around
so
with your passport.
I know. So we got a good rate because we changed everything together. So I mean that's a tip. When you're changing dollars and you have a number to change, just change as many as you can change. Don't change one because if you change it separately, the rate goes down. Tino says that most of the things here at the mall, like the traditional things, are very expensive. You might want to consider getting it in the local market than the mall. Yeah, so I noticed that there are a lot of security people here. Why is that so?
Oh, it's
with guns?
It's because there's a lot of expensive stuff here, especially the jewelry. So in some parts, there's a place called the Jewelry Walk in this mall. You're not allowed to even carry your camera because they're afraid of planned crime. You know.
Oh, okay. Nice, right? Guys, let me know in the comment section. We have quite a number of them. So I didn't get the size I wanted, so I'm going to Puma, then check out Adidas. So here they are very strict on the nose masks. As soon as you take off your nose mask, they're like, yo nigger, you have to wear your nose mask. Here at we found this place here at the mall. You could actually get like your picture into a Lego form, then they get you the Legos, then you fix it. It takes like 10 minutes. We have like an hour to shop. So this is interesting. How much did you say the size is?
600.
And then the small ones?
No, it's 600 for the
small ones.
And it's 600 multiplied by 4 here.
Oh, okay. That's like 2. Wow. This is interesting. I'm contemplating whether to do this. I mean, a picture of myself hanging in my room won't be bad. Yeah. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section. Found Topper. Guys, you won't believe what he got. He came here to buy lingerie for his girlfriend. Yeah, your girlfriend must be happy, oh. So, the girlfriend of Tote, if you are watching this, your boyfriend loves you so much.
Oh yeah, I love you, baby.
We are currently here at Edgar's, and since I came here for sneakers, I am just going straight to the sneakers. Wow, this is some really pretty shoes. This is 549 rand. I love this. I tried these shoes on and it's too small, so I need to get size 7. These are really pretty comfortable shoes, and I think it's cheap. It's 269, which is way cheaper than I'll get it in Ghana. So yes. So I got myself these shoes. So everything I got 3 shoes, 630, because they were running sales. Yeah. Finally here at the Adidas. Let me see if I can get some sneakers. So I'm getting this 2,800 rand. Yeah, this looks good. I'm super excited I got the sneakers. So guys, kindly show some love to Tina.
Yay, thank you. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's Tino's Parts.
Okay. Yeah. So she took me shopping. I couldn't find my friends. They all gone back to the hotel. So I got myself some shoes and some items here, and I'm super excited with what I got. If I had more time, I would have entered the Zara shop because there's no Zara in Ghana. We usually buy Zara online. So yeah. So I still have about 2 hours. So we are going for lunch. The entire group is going for lunch, and my hotel is right here, close to the Nelson Mandela Square. We are walking towards where we are going to be having lunch. Yeah. We've been having so much meat since we came for this trip. This meat is so good, especially the chicken and the prawns. We are here, right here at Santin Sun, and the food was good. And my cocktail, non-alcoholic cocktail, mocktail actually. It's so good. I'm requesting another.
So we appreciate the work that you do, and we encourage you to proceed even in your own individual spaces to keep telling the good, positive story of the journey you've had in South Africa. And we look forward again to having you multiple times so that we can cover broader parts of South Africa, because we've only shown you possibly 2% of the country. You know, there's still 98% others. And you're certainly welcome to bring your family and friends in your own capacity. And if you do need any help from us,
Jennifer.
all of you have our details. We've got Jennifer, you've got myself. Get in touch and let's see how we can assist you. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. It's been an awesome experience being with you, and look forward to seeing you back at home. Safe journey to the Ghanaians and Nigerians. You've got a benefit of the rest of the afternoon to do your last minute shopping. Shop. Don't take any Nara home. Make sure when you go, your wallet only has your ticket. Okay.
soon. The trip is over and I've checked in, gone through immigration. My bags are currently close to the gates with my other colleague. Wanted to see if I could get some toffees, candies for my kids and anything I can get for myself too at the duty-free shop. Yeah. So I got this candy. Anita, what are you getting for your children?
See, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting some Kit Kats.
Kit Kats. See? They really have a lot. I hope it's not too expensive. Okay, so I just saw a South African bag for 230 rand. They have variety of items. I got my stuff. I got some items that I couldn't buy at the mall and also couldn't buy at the market. I'm super happy with the things I got. Even though it's expensive, it's for my mom, so she deserves all the good things in life. I have never run like this in my entire life. So I was buying at the duty free, not knowing that they had already boarded. Come and see speed. If I was late like 2 minutes, I doubt I'll be able to fly. And all my things are gone.
Yeah.
Including, okay, I had my passport at least.
No, you had your passport, so that one. Wow. That was the main reason why I wasn't worried.
Because I had my passport.
Because yeah, you had your passport.
Hey.
Your stuff, you can always have it.
Wow. Don't be like me. Be on time.
Welcome to another edition of the People and Places show on your favorite channel, GhanaWeb TV. You will not believe where we are today. It's the first and the only waterfall in the entire Greater Accra region, and it also demarcates the Greater Accra region from the Eastern region. It's a beautiful story about the Chenku waterfalls here in the heart of Dodowa. I'm happy to tell you that we have a guest who will be our tour guide today. He will take us around the entire place and tell us the story behind it. And I'm happy, as always, that you could join us to do this. My name is Wondami Hagan. Welcome to the show. Let's take a quick breather. We'll return and then get right to the conversation. Welcome aboard.
Welcome to
morning.
Chenku Waterfall.
Thank you.
The only waterfall in Greater Accra region. My name is Ludovic Kofi Puenu.
Right, Ludovic Kofi Puenu. That's self-introduction. He has an interesting name. Are you Ghanaian?
Sure.
You have a French name?
Yeah, that's given by my father.
I see.
I'm a Ghanaian.
I see. Okay, so he is going to be taking us around the place. He's been here for about 6 years, so he has adequate information to help us know more about this place. So let's not waste more time. Let's just get going. So we are close to the waterfalls. From the entrance, it's about a 1-minute walk to the waterfalls. We'll be there soon. But how long ago did you come here?
About 6 years ago.
And when you came here, what was the place like? I mean, how did you?
No, well cleaned, and we had to put people a lot of effort to make sure that the place is safe and clean for tourists. And it's a lot of work.
You did that alone?
No, I had to put up a team.
Okay.
And people helped me. I had to pay them. And then gradually people start appreciating. And people start coming in every day, special weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
The whole place is crowded.
Okay, so who owns the Chenku waterfalls?
A family in Dodowa. The land belongs to them and the waterfall is on the land.
Oh, okay.
And the assembly is talking to them how to develop the place with the collaboration of tourist authority.
Which family?
Odamite Kwe.
Odamite Kwe.
Yeah, in Dodowa.
They live in Dodowa?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you tell us a little about the name? Why Chenku?
Actually, what I gather from the indigenous is that the Obosumasi people started a small god near the waterfall, and they do worship that god.
Okay.
And they come and do some rituals around the waterfall. At that time, no one was coming here. So many years ago.
Okay.
So many years ago. And the name of the god is called Chenku. So everybody named the waterfall Chenku.
Which language is it?
According to people, it's Akwapimchu, meaning kindness.
Oh.
Yes.
Right.
And the place was opened up to people in 80s.
Okay.
By the hunters and the farmers. They
Okay.
started coming in, try to create paths through the bush, the big trees. Then people start following.
Okay.
Then later on, the family decided to, okay, now people start coming here. Let's do something on holidays. So that's where the program started, and they call it occasion, Chenku occasions. 6 March, Easter holidays, Republic Days, Farmers Day, and all those kind of things. That's what they were doing. After that program, nothing happens.
So generally, it has become a tourist site.
Yes.
But like you said, it belongs to the people, a family in Dodowa.
Yes.
But it was named by the Ikuapims.
Formerly, this place was part of Eastern region. Yeah. And they redemarcated the place. Now it's part of Greater Accra.
Okay.
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 Yeah, but the family acquired this place so many years, early 90s. Okay, by their great-grandparents. They married from Obosumasi. That's brought all this issue of acquiring the land from them. So since then, no one was coming here, only hunters. I heard somebody saying, even sometimes the military had a training here, but I cannot prove that. People are just saying if they were having training in those kind, because this place was really a small forest.
Oh, okay.
Thick forest. And people
So
could not
they
come
used to
in.
hide here?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So as it stands, the tourism authority, where do they come in?
No, they got to know about 2 years ago.
About this place?
Yes. And one of the directors came to me and saw me here. He said, oh, somebody told him. So truly I have seen it. So he took my name. And then he invited me to the office. I said, okay, fine. And I explained to him it's a private property. It's not for the community. It belongs to a family. And this one. So since then, they have been monitoring the activities here. And they talked to their big boss about it. And they are thinking how to develop the place.
We'll come back to that. But this log here, is that the only... It shakes a little. Is it not actually scary for tourists?
No, they love it rather.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so before we continue that conversation, we are finally at the waterfalls proper. You can hear water streaming down. This is the stream, but we are going to where the water actually falls from so that we know where Greater Accra region ends and where Eastern region starts, or vice versa. Okay, so Kofi, I know this place is part of Dodowa, but I mean, when you read and you try to watch a few things about the place, you get to hear some people suggest that it's inside the Dodowa forest. Is this part of the Dodowa forest?
No, this is not part of the Dodowa forest. Dodowa forest is at the roadside, and they have cut all the trees up.
Okay.
And even though this place have big trees and all this stuff, it's not part of Dodowa forest. It's a complete location that is, let me say, close to Eastern region. And Dodowa forest is not close to Eastern region. It's in the heart of Dodowa. And that place is destroyed completely. If you go there, there's no trees.
So the Dodowa forest is no more a Dodowa forest?
No more a Dodowa forest. They sold the land.
Okay, so it's just the name that...
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Right. So what kind of people do you have coming here?
Different kind of people, from 5 elderly people, different colors, different tribes, different nationalities, the Germans, the French, the Americans, the Spanish, the Russians, and the Black Americans, and some African citizens.
How do we get to the waterfall?
The other side.
But you mentioned a lot of different countries, I mean citizens from different countries coming here. How many of them are Ghanaians? Do a lot of Ghanaians know about this place?
They are the majority. Ghanaians are the majority. Because these tourists, when they have free time, they come over. But most of the times, the Ghanaians are the most people we see here. They come every day. Every weekend you see them. Families, Ghanaian families, friends, they come.
I see.
They are the majority.
Okay. This place, we are close to the waterfall. We are going down there, but it's a bit rocky. So you would have to watch your step. Let me follow the leader. Okay, so that is the water. I'm going to go into this and dip my feet. Is this always the level of the water? Okay, we'll come back to that, but we are going to learn more about this place when we come back from this short break. We've been talking to Kofi Koeni. He is the manager of this place, and he has more to tell, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Lake Volta is the world's largest artificial reservoir located behind the Akosombo Dam in Ghana. It covers an area of 8,502 square kilometers and is the largest artificial reservoir in the world by surface area. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Okay, so thank you for staying with us. We are back and I'm in the water. So it gets up to a little beneath your knee if you are coming to this rock where I'm standing. But if you want to go a bit further away, then you need to maybe wear shorts or something that is a little above your knee. But this is the Chenku waterfall. The water is very cool and very clean. We are going to learn more about it as Kofi tells us more. And so now I'm just going to walk out and sit on the rock while we continue our conversation. Ooh. That was me back there in the water, and I shared a little of my experience with you. It's cool, and so you should try to visit sometime. Now we are back and we are continuing the conversation with Kofi. Kofi, where does the water from the waterfall stream down to?
To Ashiama, join other streams, and then go to Sakuona and the sea.
Oh, okay. And the people in the community, do they use the water?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. They use to wash their things. Some drink it, some use to cook. So that's why we always try to protect the water so that people should not swallow it. That's why there are some rules.
Okay, we'll come to the rules. But, I mean, we are here. We know that this place separates Greater Accra from the eastern region. Exactly. So at which point does Greater Accra
where the fall touch the pool there, that's the end of Greater Accra.
Oh, okay. Down here?
Yeah.
So the whole of the top is eastern region?
Yes.
Wow. One place, two different regions. I mean, it's demarcating two different regions. It's a really beautiful site. So you were saying there are some traditional rules.
Yeah.
It means everybody, not just anybody, can come into the water.
Yes.
So you can visit here,
yeah,
but not
touching or putting your feet into the water.
So what qualifies you?
Women, if they are in their menses, they should not enter the water. Okay. That's the traditional rule. I don't know the consequence of that, but that's what they say you should obey. Sometimes they say when people enter, a lot of strange things happen. I can't tell. I never witnessed those kind of things.
Is it because of the god of the people of Obotumase?
Maybe. The other thing we talk about is that maybe they want to protect the water.
Oh, yeah, from pollution. Yeah.
Because people drink it, people use it. That's the only water source here in the environment. So to put fear into people, they will say, okay, don't do it, this will happen, those kind of things, so that people should not do it.
Okay.
Men or anybody who has fresh cats should not enter, because they don't want, black vehicle, a lot of disease, viruses and bacteria.
So if you have any sore or...
And the water is flowing, never enter the water.
Okay. So those are the only rules, the only
but we have added other rules, like, because people gather a lot here, they bring drinks, food. We don't allow people to come close to the water when they are drinking or eating. and this can pollute the water body. Or if you are swimming, never urinate in the water, come out. Even though it's flowing, come out, because you don't know what your urine contains.
Okay, so you mentioned that a lot of people come here to have parties during the holidays.
Yeah.
When they come aside going into the water, what else? What other activities? Where do they sit?
Actually, we have some benches.
Okay.
But due to some challenges on people from the community, you know, they do all kind of things. When they go, they are drunk and these kind of things. They destroy the benches, you know. And moisture too, because they are wooden structures, sometimes they get with time, you know, it's wet, those kind of things. And when they do those kind of things, you know, then it's very expensive to be replacing them. So we are thinking of making a concrete bench.
Okay.
So we have a plan, and we'll start so. The other thing they do is that people come with their food, their drink, their music box, and they play. There's no music,
and they jump,
they dance, and they do all those stuff. People bring their games.
Okay.
Those kind of things. Yeah.
Is the water always at this level?
No, because we're in the dry season. That's why it has come to this level. But during the rainy season, it's very huge, and sometimes you see the stones are flooded.
Okay.
The whole place is flooded, and another challenge is that sometimes it brings sand. Why sand? Because sand.
So the water is, you actually see.
No, you know, people are developing the top. They are grading, estate developers. So when it rains, the water wash the sand to the stream and bring it all along.
Wow. So the water gets polluted sometimes.
Yeah.
By activities of people up there. Okay, but I mean, I asked you where the water flows down to, but where does it come from? From the
Actually,
top
the source is Tutu.
River
Tutu.
Okay.
Coming to Obosumasi, Obosuma has a twin fall there called Adom Waterfalls. So from then it moves down here to Chenku before going to Ashama.
Okay. Now what you don't know is this is just one level of the Chenku waterfall. There's another one up there, and that one, if you come here and you want to go there, you would have to hike for 45 minutes. So we are going to try going there, and that's how we'll end our tour today. But before we go there, I mean, what kind of challenges do you have?
A lot. You know, this place is a private property. The land belongs to a family, and the water falls on the land, you know. So the assembly is in touch with the family with the input of the tourist authority. They are still in discussion.
Which assembly?
Shao Sudoku District Assembly.
Okay.
When they finish, when any decision now, we'll let you know how this place is going to be developed. Okay, but they are in talks. Some people think it's for the community, and they can walk in anyhow to do whatever they like. But we try to challenge them to stop those activities. But it's like it's falling to that, yes.
So activities like?
Sometimes they come and smoke.
Okay.
They do all illicit activities
here.
Yeah, that is not good for the tourist sites.
Okay.
You know, it puts the tourist, the clients away. They sing those activities, they shout, and you know, it's disturbing.
So the assembly is working together with the family
and everybody, all the stakeholders
to deal with that.
Yeah.
You mentioned the police are aware.
Yes, all the
What have they done about it?
Well, they are still working on it, but while we are patient and waiting for them to deal with the situation, to the problem.
Also, the road leading to this place is not too good.
Yeah.
That could also, because it's a beautiful place, and if it's well developed, it will bring a lot of resources.
Actually, the former DC came to us and said, oh, they are thinking about it, they will do something about it, and they will do a culvert on the stream so that people can drive car actually to the gates. Yeah, but you are still, it's about 3 years now, so we are still waiting. We don't know what is happening.
Wow.
Yeah. But after the footbridge, it's farms. We can, unless that place is demarcated properly, then because you can put a road. because we tried to build a bridge and people tried to bring in cars. They were parking people's farm and the farmers got angry.
Okay.
So we stopped those kind of things. Okay. So we are waiting for the assembly.
I think you should also liaise with the tourism authority. That would help build the place
they do talk to us, you know, because it's a private property. They have to do all this in consultation with the family because the family owns the place. Okay. They want a way of developing the place. So they have to really talk to the family that, oh yes, we are ready, but we have to put things on the table, how we go about the whole site. Yeah.
So the resources, I mean, people come here. Yeah. So if a tourist comes here, how much do they pay, for instance?
Yeah, non-Ghanaians pay 10 cedis to enter the place, and Ghanaians 5 cedis.
Okay, okay, right. And that money goes where?
We use part to maintain, to clean the place, and part goes to the family.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So that's it. We'll continue with our hike, 45 minutes hike. Of course, we'll bring you highlights of that. And then when we get to the top there, we'll wrap up. So let's get going. Other waterfall, like I told you, it's a 45-minute hike. It's going to be some time, but we met these two gentlemen along the way, and Kofi has already introduced them. So since Mr. Otu has been here for about 30 years, I'll just ask him a little about the place. Mr. Otu, you've been Oba Otinaha in 30 years.
Okay, we started a million more. Almost getting to 40 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Oba Hano, now had to sing.
Okay, first and I hire
okay.
Into Maha, just like that. It's about what you have 50 bamboo nano. With the cast park and breeding. 50 wow, the Baham, now hey, papa. Into my phone, just like that. Because wild animals were. As you.
Animals today.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Now, elephant in a bin, and apart from elephant, it took one about again a book. Now, how you? Now, how you? Never happened to see bamboo nasserba. A baccara would be there. Well, a woman I was a crab bogo. Because it's a big dinner, Kusunuma. I will leave him. That's why I'm a room with the wicked beer hack and now I call. Then the moon, Yanka Sanka, see, Yamatamina hanging our window. Yanka Sanka, see, Baha, then you look at the book bar, better and known. The monkeys, black and white one. No one was it's right the pie book one.
Now, now, in Sunu, what's your friend Chinku? No, oye obosuma se for onesie. Enyim ebetuma kan bibi kakra fa won ho a.
Usuni di mamutu maka wa hunde. Ami nyimira offer obosuma se no oba. Na mtumu hu se na sanka se fi obosuma se no fi fomu. So fi kofufuru no ba fa hoda andandi into me and no food busumasi no ba.
But now Wahana na why them offending what be worship one gods na de na wahabia.
Yeah, no more around. Now hey papa mrambo snaps. Ablafun sen. Snaps no yin kasa preku. To ni nyina guguha. No te dam time na busumwa.
Okay.
Okay. Na busu wa nya ye ni yeta ye friend na chinku.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The sisi ya ni ya wa henti busu na na uko busu masi. Na mom say afibri na say wogun sa utum wogun sa ma oka he nyina ko haye busuma si mansasi okay busu yiku no di
yes Mr. Otu that's there are my a bit of history about the place nti e betia ye njene no so. The hike is another level of stress. If you, I think Kofi said, I mean, he says that it's better if you come very early in the morning because the weather is cooler and the sun is, minimal. So then you don't get so dehydrated and stressed out like we are now. But we have 5 minutes more to go. So see you at the top. So we are finally here. This is another level of the Chenku waterfall.
This is Chenku Cascade, the upper one.
Okay.
We call this one Chenku Cascade.
Chenku Cascade.
Yes.
So this is it. This is the Chenku Cascade.
The upper Chenku waterfall.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the hike is really difficult, but when you come here, it's a beautiful sight. It's a really beautiful sight. So, is this still Greater Accra?
No, this is Eastern region.
So now we are in the Eastern region. One waterfall, 2 levels, 2 different regions. Great. So you can try this when you come, but like I told you, you need to do this very early in the morning. So you can come here and decide to step in the water or just sit here and have your picnic or whatever it is. The sound of the water alone is refreshing. It's so refreshing. This place is simply beautiful. So you should try coming here. I bet you would enjoy yourself very much. But let's Kofi tell us a little about the hiking and then we wrap up like I promised.
Yeah. We have a club for the hiking. We call Chenku Trails.
Okay.
So to come here, you need to join the club. You pay a fee and you have to be a minimum of 10 people in the group. Then we take off. It takes you 45 minutes to come here. So the hurdles, climbing the hill, passing through the bush, it's not easy. It's a teamwork. Some people don't have the speed. So you need to have patience for them.
You actually can get to the middle of the road and you say, I was like, I won't do this again.
Yeah, but you need to be patient for them and make them to relax a little bit.
Very patient.
Yes, to get back their strength and then you move. Because
but I realized
at the end, when you're in the middle, you can't go back. It's the point of no return. So then
it's either you come or you come.
Exactly. So you need your mental toughness.
Okay.
It's no more your physical strength. So you have to change your mindset and say, no, I'm not staying here. I had to move. Okay. Yeah. Then you come. Now when you come here, you regain your energy, and then you know.
Right.
Hiking is very good. It makes you tough, mental toughness. It strengthens your bones, your muscles. When you do it first, you say we don't do it again. When you go back, you relax. Then you say, oh, you do it again.
You want to come again. Right. Right.
And I'm urging people to come for hiking often. Yeah. Especially post-COVID. It's really good for your health.
Your health. So I realized one thing is that we probably didn't know everything we should have before coming on this journey. So it was a bit difficult. Yeah. But you can help people who would want to come here. What should they carry along?
Wow. Water, some fruit juice. Okay. And that's it. After the hiking, you can have your snack.
They should wear
boots.
Sneakers.
Yes,
boots.
yes. Okay. Hiking shoes.
Okay.
You know, jersey, you know, that type of
comfortable clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that they can move up.
So thank you, Ludovic Kofi Kwenu, for taking us around this place. It's been a fantastic tour. I enjoyed myself. I suffered, of course, because it's tiring, but it was worth it. Like every other tour we've had. At the end of it, you see the beauty of the place and you are refreshed. So we are going to stand in front of this place so you have a beautiful view of the place. And then we'll pan round, and that's how we'll wrap up. So thank you again for your company. This is People and Places. From Dodowa, here at the Chenku Waterfalls, the second cascade of the Chenku Waterfalls, it's I, Kofi, and everybody else on the People and Places team saying goodbye. See you next time.
In that document, the minister reported to us where he has received COVID-19 and how much he has spent. Mr. Speaker, this is not my document. This is the Minister for Finance's own document, which is a record in this house. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 274 of that statement of the budget, particularly under appendix 12B, performance summary of funding sources, Mr. Speaker, all the sources that the minister raised the money, he reported the total at 19.3, which he has rightly reported in this report, except that he provided utilization that he had already done in each of the areas that he has listed. He actually even indicated how much of those utilizations are as a matter of loans to finance the deficit, and how much of it is our own money that doesn't go into the deficit. Mr. Speaker, the minister concluded that all the monies we borrowed that was utilized and not sitting in any bank account ended up at about 16.4 billion. He reported in that same document that when he now adds our own money, which in this case is the money he drew down on our contingency vote or contingency fund, the total amount is 18.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't look like 12 billion. In fact, that is 50% underreported. From the minister's own document before this house, he is unable to speak to the same numbers a year after. That is very serious. Mr. Speaker, if I take the numbers the minister is reporting for 2021, that he spent 3.9, and I add it to the figure he gave me for 2010, Speaker, I get total expenditure on COVID
of 22.1 billion, the minister's own report. Mr. Speaker, the minister is not reporting to us 10 billion Ghana cedis of our own money.
Why? Why?
In his own report. This is not my report. This is the budget statement of the Minister for Finance,
And then quoting scripture,
which is a public record in this house. And that after almost a year, 6 billion has disappeared, 10 billion has disappeared, and it is now a Koshoko 12 billion. Mr. Speaker, we must be very serious with this house. And we must be serious with the international community that gave us our money.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is an affront to democracy. And I sit here and I can't even trust documents you give me because I don't know the lifespan of that document. In fact, 2 days later, that document will not be the same.
How much more the Bible?
How can I be relying on this type of data from the same source? Mr. Speaker, it is very, very serious. And Mr. Speaker, I've heard my colleagues try to say that because the Auditor General will bring us a report, we should not probe this. Mr. Speaker, our audit practice and reporting does not provide a room for special audit to be presented on COVID alone. The audit report will be reporting the totality of government finances and public finances. But then we have approved a special expenditure. We have gotten special funding. We are struggling to get to the bottom of that matter. That requires a special activity.
Absolutely.
And that our current arrangement of audit do not give us the opportunity to get what we want. And what we want is that we want to be sure whether it is 17.7 as reported by the President, whether it is 12 billion as reported by the Finance Minister today, or it is the 22 billion he reported to us that year. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be something that will require the Auditor General to give us an omnibus account. Mr. Speaker, to do justice to the people of Ghana, to reclaim the credibility of the political class in the utilization of our resources, there is an urgent need for Parliament to reclaim its integrity by making sure that we take steps to go to the bottom of these 3 conflicting numbers that are exposing the reporting of our country. Mr. Speaker, we have heard voice notes, we have heard audios that are going around of certain political candidates claiming that our COVID money was shared to them for elections. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious indictment on us.
Honorable Member, comments on the statement made by the Minister. Comments on the statement made by the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, then I withdraw. But it suffices to say that I am struggling to reconcile the numbers from the Minister for Finance in 2 different documents published by him himself and that of the President of the Republic. And I'm at pains to see how the Auditor General's report will resolve this matter. On this basis, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the call that Parliament must take its destiny into its own hands and get to the bottom of this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we now have to listen to the comments from the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Afinyo Maki.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to make comments on the submissions made by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, today history will record that the minority created its own cul-de-sac. Upon creating so much impression about the COVID expenditure, and when the opportunity came, it entered into its own ditch. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the comment by my respected colleagues in the minority. Mr. Speaker, so many inconsistencies in the comments coming from one side, whereas the Honorable Atufosin submits that the Honorable Minister of Finance must be commended for his consistency in reporting. His other colleague, Honorable Adongo, is on his own route, saying other things. Mr. Speaker, in my view, the minority as a group should have come with a consistent common ground to advocate a position Ghanaians would understand that. Mr. Speaker, I align with the finance minister and we are on the same position. Your side is inconsistent, whereas Honorable Atufosin, who has been in government before, appreciates the fact that there has been consistency and is commending the finance minister. Others are taking the finance minister to the cleaners. These are comments, Mr. Speaker, that posterity is going to judge them on. These are comments that, Mr. Speaker, hands up forever will remember that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atufosin, in his comments, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atufosin, Mr. Speaker, truth results in bravery. And the ranking member on finance has today, after all, Mr. Speaker, after all the attacks,
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I definitely defer to you because of your position. But so far, what you read yourself as the standing orders talks about comments on the statement made by the minister. Not statements made or comments made by other members. But I agree with you that in making your comments, you have to refer to earlier comments. But you have not made any comment of your own so far.
Mr. Speaker, you are well placed in the east. You are well placed in the east of this chamber to guide. And I take a cue. Mr. Speaker, suffice to state that before my own comment, I must commend him. And Mr. Speaker, if we don't compliment each other in this chamber will collapse. Mr. Speaker, our duty as Democrats in upholding this democracy is to compliment each other. And my respected colleague Atufosin, Mr. Speaker, the ranking member.
He has elected to be truthful. He has elected to be truthful today. He has elected to be
former deputy finance minister.
He has elected to be truthful today.
PhD, etc., etc. Today
he has elected to be truthful.
Has subjected himself to facts. Mr. Speaker, having said that, my own comment. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Finance Minister, although he walks through the valley of the shadow of death, his faith has led him to fear no evil. And where the name of the Lord is invoked, trust that no danger shall ensue. And today, Mr. Speaker, I shall refer my colleagues as part of my comment to Order 151 and 152 of the rules of this House. We should not, in our desperate attempt to bring down a government policy or in our desperate attempt to get power, to render the rules odious. These rules are there to guide all of us. We have committees in Parliament. If, Mr. Speaker,
in the comments of Honorable Atuforsen, he contends that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atuforsen contends that he does acknowledge that indeed the Ministry of Finance did not do the specific expenditures. He does contend, and it's factual, and I commend him for that. If that is so, and we agree and believe same to be true, then let us rely on the committees of Parliament. We don't need a special committee. We don't need another committee. Mr. Speaker, are my friends going to be tolerant? I listen to them quietly. Are my friends going to be tolerant? Mr. Speaker, this is a beautiful chamber where we make comments and enjoy each other. May they be quiet and listen to me. It's my turn now. Mr. Speaker, the point is, we should not render the rules of this House odious, except when there is an exceptional situation. And so far in their submissions, there hasn't been any comment arguing exceptional circumstance. I believe that if we are dealing with expenditures at the Ministry of Health, the Health Committee has the capacity. In any event, I see this call for a special committee as a rehash, as another approach to reintroduce a motion that was defeated on this House on procedural grounds. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be a constitutional approach in even further dealing with the very concerns they are asking. We have an Auditor General who has a mandate, a constitutional mandate, to deal with expenditures from various ministries, agencies, and departments. So, Mr. Speaker, nothing can be hidden from the people of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, because the majority leader is going to round up, I will not go further, except to state for the records that when you are dealing with trust funds, and this one I would want to direct my submission at Honorable Atuforsen, he strongly in his comments, I don't want to say you criticized the finance minister or you thought he failed to account for it, but Mr. Speaker, the law must be clear. I know generally that was your expectation, but it is a fund being managed by its trustees, and he indicated that this is the fact. You are saying public funds, Mr. Speaker. Our laws are clear on what constitutes public funds, and I do not want to at all. You know, we share the same esprit de corps, and I wouldn't want to. When you err, I would want to be magnanimous. When I err, I expect the same thing from you. But, Mr. Speaker, the contention that the Minister of Finance has failed to render an account on that trust fund because it's public funds, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect. Sometimes we all err. Mr. Speaker, we all err sometimes. But on this occasion, I dare contend that in his comment on that aspect of the submission, as contained in paragraph 14, Honorable Atuforsen got it entirely wrong. I hold that view respectfully, that he got it all wrong. The minister stated the fact. The minister did not veer away from the fact. The minister has been consistent, has been transparent, and today, nobody can say that during the lockdown we didn't serve hot meals. Nobody can say that during the lockdown Ghanaians did not receive nose masks. Nobody can say that Parliament of Ghana was denied what it needed to protect the 275 of us, Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, through the intervention of this government, through the proactiveness of the finance minister. None of us lost his life. All 275 of us are intact. All of us are here. We took our job. We were protected. And Mr. Speaker, what more? Mr. Speaker, we are here to receive the facts. And when the facts are given us, we should at least be fair in acknowledging. But so far, I conclude by saying that the minority putting all their comments together, save that their leader is here to speak, and I trust that he's going on the path of Atu Forsen. I know, because what Atu Forsen has said, nothing can take it away from the records. The standard he has set cannot perish this afternoon. Nobody can attempt to perish what Atu Forsen has said, that the minister was consistent, was transparent, and must be commended. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you without further submission.
We will now listen to the comments of the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idris.
Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank you for the leadership you have provided in supporting this House, the Parliament of Ghana, to demand an exact accountability from the Honorable Minister for Finance in pursuit of our primary role of exercising oversight. Mr. Speaker, how refreshing that when you go to the preamble of our Constitution, it emphasizes freedom, justice, probity, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, we are all holding the statement from the Honorable Minister for Finance. May I, with respect, Mr. Speaker, refer you to page 11, in particular paragraph 34 of the Honorable Minister of Finance statement. He states, and I quote, "Transfer of 1.5 billion to the statutory funds in line with the approved budget to enable them deliver on their mandate." Mr. Speaker, statutory funds, especially the common fund, is established by Article 252 of the Constitution as revenue-driven. How then can you use a loan for purpose of statutory funds? Since when have borrowing funds become revenue? Borrowing. That you would allocate 1.501 billion to statutory funds from borrowed amounts, when the Constitution requires that a percentage of total revenue, not a percentage of total borrowing, is dedicated to the statutory funds. Mr. Speaker, then in the same page, Mr. Speaker, same page 10, paragraph 33C, this is what the Minister for Finance has to say. The establishment of the Development Bank Ghana to address gaps in the Ghanaian credit market, especially the availability of medium and long-term finance for the private sector. Then, Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, a total of 853 million. Few days ago, the President was reported in the Ghanaian media on this particular matter. Mr. Speaker, same Minister of Finance statement, the amount of money he received from the European Union, which was meant for the purpose of establishing the Development Bank, Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's statement, page 4, I quote, is 504 million. So you have spent 800 million on the establishment of Development Bank, when you are also accounting for the EU only giving you 504 million. Yet the people of Ghana are aware that the Development Bank was established with seed money from the EU money of 853 million. We need the fine detail. Here you are providing for 504 million in your table, table 1, paragraph 9, whilst you are reporting 800 million, a discrepancy of almost 300 million Ghana cedis. And we want to know, even the Development Bank is now established that is wholly established with statutory funds, even though we take note that this Parliament of Ghana was not given the opportunity to legislate on it, even with our sad experience of over 21 billion being spent on cleansing banks. You only needed Parliament to help you, to guide you in the establishment of new banks. We want reconciliation to it. Mr. Speaker, holding with me here, message on the state of the nation by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, presented to this August House Wednesday, 30th March 2022 at Parliament House. And Mr. Speaker, I refer you to page 4, and I quote His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, in all, data from the Ministry of Finance tells us that an amount of 17.7 billion or 4.6% of GDP has been spent in containing the pandemic since 2020. President of Ghana, 17.7 billion. Minister of Finance, 12 billion. Who should we believe? Who should we believe? The President or the Minister? 17 billion and 12 billion. Then, Mr. Speaker, who should we believe? Further, Mr. Speaker, the President also had this to say in the same page 4 of the State of the Nation address. It took an unbudgeted 1.9 billion to assure that our children and teaching staff went back to school. Mr. Speaker, President of Ghana, 1.9 billion. May I refer you to the Honorable Minister of Finance statement here, page 11, paragraph 36. The President says 1.9 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is reporting 1.119 billion. Another discrepancy in page 36, and I read, an amount of 1,119.73 million was allocated for mass school reopening in January 2021. Yet the President says in his State of the Nation 1.9 billion, and you are giving us 1.1 billion. Another unexplained discrepancy. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, a probe and an open public inquiry into COVID expenditure beyond the headline numbers of the Minister of Finance is inevitable and an imperative. We are not looking for headline figures. I spent 12 billion. 12 billion on what? On what? We need the expenditure returns and expenditure details of every amount. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Atufosin also raises the fundamental issue of accountability of the COVID Trust Fund, which is established by an Act of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, reason we are asking for accountability, we know that beyond public-spirited individuals who were determined to support the President to save lives, we are not questioning that he needed to save lives, but save lives in the arena of probity and accountability. In that COVID Trust Fund, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the National Health Insurance Authority contributed 250,000, Ghana Stock Exchange 100,000, GNPC 1 million, Ghana Gas 1 million, Senate 500,000. These are all public funds that must be accounted for to the Parliament of Ghana. That is what we are demanding. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what makes the case for a public investigation, a public inquiry, whether it's ad hoc committee, it's a finance committee, it's a committee. We want an open public hearing on how COVID expenditure was done in the name of this republic. So, Mr. Speaker, I only can be commending you. Then I conclude, Mr. Speaker. And in concluding, for the record, Mr. Speaker, let's refer to program resources. Minister's word, page 4. He provides in table 1. And Mr. Speaker, in table 1, he gives us where he got the resources from. Again, conspicuously missing in these resources, Mr. Speaker, in page 4. And I have the Hansard for 14th October 2020. And this was IFAD loan, Government of Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, for an amount of $20 million to to finance the implementation of the emergency support to rural livelihood and food systems exposed to COVID-19. First of all, we want to find out whether farmers actually benefited from this facility. Then, whether or not this account, this $20 million, has been accounted for in the COVID resources. This is Parliamentary Answer, 16th October 2020, Friday, unaccounted. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, I'll speak, let me do the tables, Mr. Speaker, then I can conclude. Mr. Speaker, page 4. The minister accounts for 19.3 billion 600 as program support received. Then, Mr. Speaker, when you come to expenditure on COVID-19, status update on COVID-19 expenditure, page 6, he accounts for 12 billion. Then the president accounts for 17.7 billion. So the House of people will say, couldn't Nayabachi? Couldn't to which, where is the missing money? 17.7 billion against 12 billion, against 19 billion, against 12 billion. Where is the money? So this makes our case compelling for a probe and an investigation. Mr. Speaker, so once again, I should thank you for enabling this House to exercise true oversight. This is what the Ghanaian people expect you and this Parliament to do, to hold ministers accountable, to protect the public purse by demanding accountability of COVID-related expenditure. The President says 17.7 billion. The Minister says 12 billion. Yet he received 19 billion. Naskanu wine, the rest of the money we are demanding. So, Mr. Speaker, we demand that you refer this statement to a committee of Parliament, whether it's an existing committee or a standing committee, to probe COVID expenditure beyond the headline numbers, and for this committee to demand expenditure returns, Mr. Speaker, so that we will be seen protecting the public purse. I rest my case. I thank you, Mr.
Honorable members, the last comment will be made by the majority leader and then leader of government business, Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to make some brief comments about the presentation of the Minister responsible for finance in respect of the COVID-19 expenditures. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been summoned to this House to make a statement on COVID-19 expenditures for 2020 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has reminded us that what we are doing is part of our oversight responsibilities. And I agree entirely with him that we need to position Parliament to be able to inquire into expenditures by way of providing oversight to enable this country to know whether or not we have value for money in the expenditures that we incur. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has quoted the preamble of the Constitution to us, which emphasizes probity and accountability. And probity and accountability we must ensure within the strictures of the law. Mr. Speaker, it cannot just be populism. It must be done within the strictures of the law. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance allocates resources for various expenditures by the various bodies, ministries, departments, agencies, the other arms of government, including even Parliament, the judiciary, constitutional creatures. He makes allocations for expenditures to these bodies. Mr. Speaker, it is not for the Ministry of Finance to follow them on the path of their expenditures. That indeed is reserved to us in Parliament, the various committees, to do that. So when you summon the Minister of Parliament to come and make a statement on expenditures given to the various bodies, as I said, including Parliament, in my considered opinion, it's a bit misplaced. We can say so because Parliament was given resources to deal with COVID. So Parliament itself did that. Have we submitted any expenditures to the minister for him to respond to Parliament? So you see what you are doing. It's completely misplaced. Mr. Speaker, we have committees in this House. And the committees, as provided for under Article 106, 103, Mr. Speaker, I should say. And I'm happy the first person who spoke to the minister's statement related to that. Mr. Speaker, it provides, and Article 103.3 says, committees of Parliament, the committee that we have established, the committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine. Mr. Speaker, we have the various sector committees, and I keep talking to this matter every time in this House. I don't want to say that our committees have been negligent.
Honorable Majority Leader, I'm compelled to suspend sitting for 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
we'll be back within 10 minutes to continue.
What's up, guys? What's happening? We out here. You know, we about to fuck shit up. So what's up, guys?
Hi, guys. Yeah.
Stella here, and I'm here with Tayo. And
yeah, Tayo, of course.
I'm taking over your channel.
Okay.
We're discussing travel in Africa, right?
Basically,
okay,
yes.
So take over.
Okay, so guys, I have this beautiful lady and a handsome gentleman here with us. And it's so scarce to get them because they are always traveling, always busy. This is Sasifunke, and we have here
Anita,
and we have here Tayo. So guys, we are actually going to talk about traveling in Africa. So I have been to about 5 African countries. Tayo, how many countries have you been?
I think 12.
And Anita, how many African countries?
I have to count them. I think Cote d'Ivoire, Seychelles, South Africa, Nigeria.
Okay.
And Togo.
So Togo. Oh, mine is actually 6. I miscounted. Yeah. And
Gosh,
you?
I think maybe 9.
9. Wow, you're such a traveler.
I was expecting to hear like 50.
In Africa, you said no. In Africa.
Okay. Yeah. So we are going to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly about traveling in Africa. Now, starting from Anita, tell me your best moments traveling in Africa.
My best moments, I think this trip, travel to SA, bringing us here, one of my best so far, followed by Seychelles, then Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tayo, you?
Best or worst?
Best. We'll come to the West.
So I think best was actually South Africa too, because I think one of the things for me is like, when you travel with people, it's different.
Yeah.
So my first South African trip, I was here and I had a lot of friends here and I spent a long time. And also this one too, many people to interact with, it's not boring. So this also, I think I'll also put it up there as part of my best trips.
Okay, I think my best too has been this trip to South Africa.
Gosh. Okay, I'm going to sound like a broken record. I'm going to South Africa. Okay. I think for me, in terms of how they've curated this trip, South African tourism has been incredible. And also traveling as a group, I've never actually really done that.
Me too, actually.
And it's been fun, it's been amazing, like the energy's been great. So I've really enjoyed that.
Okay, now at least we are getting there. They shared their best travel African
travel.
Yeah, travel experience. So now, what are the challenges you say you have experienced traveling within Africa?
I'm a Nigerian, so I was born with challenges.
Okay. Anyway, so all of them are YouTubers, right?
I'm not a YouTuber.
Okay,
I'm an incoming YouTuber.
Incoming. So Tayo has shared a lot of experiences about so many problems. Deportation,
like traveling,
extorting, and all that.
I've actually not been deported yet.
Oh, okay.
But I've been arrested, I've been
denied,
I've been all the negative stuff, and it's just because I'm a Nigerian. So I think I've had, well, I say 2 or 3, but my worst travel experience has been Ethiopia. When I was like arrested at the airport and told to go and take a dump in front of police officers and everything. So that was my worst, and that was last year.
Okay. Have you also experienced worst moments yet?
So far, I haven't. The good thing is that most of my trips, either it's sponsored like this one, or maybe I'm going with someone I really trust, and so everything is facilitated and there's some kind of comfort.
Hey,
yeah, but then I think the only time I felt the only time I was like, this one is stressful was when we were going to Seychelles, because they require lots of things, and even when you get to the airport, you have to make sure all your paper, like a lot of travel documents, like it was really stressful. Yeah. But the moment we landed and then I saw the view from the airport, I was like, it was worth it too.
Okay, personally, I haven't had any problems traveling. I think the little problems are like they want money and all that, but then I've not really had.
I think the money part, it happens in Nigeria a lot.
Yeah.
The airports. Funke and Tayo, your people.
No, we know.
They will open your bag and then it's like every time I'm trying to hide my money. Because if they see it.
Okay, Funke, what about you? Your worst moment?
Worst moment? I think it has to be Morocco.
Come again?
Morocco.
Okay,
when I went to Morocco, I don't know, the energy wasn't right. The people were very aggressive. I thought Nigerians were aggressive in terms of the way we interact. They were extremely, I'm sorry to say it, but I'm going to say it,
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, I mean, we all learn from these.
As in, I left from Morocco thinking, I'm not coming back here.
Wow.
I felt as a black person, the way I was being treated, it was just from the airline staff, I'm sorry, to the hotel staff, to everybody. It was just not.
Join us.
It was just.
Why are you guys not including me? I thought I was also in South Africa now.
Maya just joined us.
What's going on?
Okay, so we're talking about traveling in Ghana, like traveling in Africa in general. So she's currently talking about the problem, like her worst experience in Africa.
Yeah. So I just felt they did not like black people. I'm sorry, but that's how I felt leaving there.
In South Africa?
No, in Morocco. Like just the energy was in any. It's a beautiful place, but if you don't have the right, if the people are not warm and welcoming, you've already lost me.
Okay, Maya, since you are here, you have shared a lot of your travel moments. Exactly. So what's like your worst moment in traveling within Africa? Your worst time.
Hey, that's the toughest question because if I have to talk about worst moment in Africa, I can talk the whole day. But anyway, short one, being arrested and put in the dark room.
Which country?
Uganda.
Uganda.
And at the end of the day, they deported me.
Also, you got deported that time?
I got deported that time. And I also got deported from Zambia.
Why?
I had like 6 hours to buy a ticket, and I couldn't get a ticket. And if I extend, I'm dead. You know, they said you either go to prison or you step out.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so I had to like just find a way. I think I used South African Airways. That was my first time even in South Africa. So I jumped on the plane just to enter South Africa, and then from South Africa to Ghana, because there was no flight from Zambia to Ghana directly, and I had only 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I was also arrested in Kenya.
That's where you now found the love of
Maya has exactly.
I hope I don't find another love of my life in South Africa then.
So Maya has had a lot of instances with African travel. Now, what do you think as Africans we can encourage ourselves to encourage more Africans traveling within Africa?
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you should start.
Honestly, I think one of the things that I've always found a little bit of an issue with is the process, because most of the countries want people to visit, especially the ones who are big on tourism and they have beautiful destinations they want others to see. So I think when you have, let's say, content creators, you have people who want to come in and experience what tourism is like, there should be some, not too soft, but at least the process shouldn't be too hard, and not like favoring some people, but when the person is coming in as a tourist and you realize that, oh, the documents are on point, this person is not coming to stay forever, but the person will definitely come back. I think sometimes they should, reduce it a little bit. Because sometimes the documentation and the papers you need to get right, it's frustrating.
Okay. Personally, I think ticket is too expensive. Like, I want to go to Europe so bad, I want to stay in Europe so bad just because I want to fly to the next country for cheap. That is how bad. Like, ticket is too price. You look at the even the tax alone, and you're like, that is somebody's like salary.
So I wanna explain on that.
Yeah.
The flight tickets are not expensive, but the landing tax is extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Because when I interviewed the CEO of Airpeace, he was telling me that flying to Ivory Coast, the amount of money that he has to pay for his plane to touch down.
Remember that.
It's a lot of money that he has to share the price of the taxes on everybody's flight ticket. So which means that it's the cost of our African government.
Okay.
I think most of them don't travel. I don't care. I think wait. They travel, but it's more like they care about themselves more than the people that, because I thought leaders were supposed to serve us, not us serving the leaders. When they are flying, they fly private jet, so they don't know what you go through. It's just like being in Africa and your roads are very bad. See, I wish I can stay in the southern African part because
looks like Maya is going to take over if we don't stop him. Tayo, let us know how.
No, I think everything everybody has said is valid, but I think also one of the problems is we have borders.
Okay.
And those borders that are put in Africa were not created by us.
Okay.
And then it makes it harder for people to travel from one country to the other. Why do I have to? Why do I have to even get visas to come to South Africa?
Exactly.
I'm African.
Yeah.
Like if you were living in Europe, or do you have visas? You've traveled. Do you need visas to go from one part of Europe to the other part? Most of Schengen.
So Schengen, obviously, a bunch of states that have come together to say, you know what, borderless travel and things like that. So that's something that Africa should definitely look at doing.
Yeah, and I feel that there's so much advantage to that because business-wise, if more people can travel across Africa, there will be an exchange of ideas, exchange of business. So many things can come from people being able to move around freely. Commerce can increase, education. We can learn from each other because there's so much there. And Africa is the next
Big thing.
Now.
That's where everyone's coming. That's where
So-
everyone's coming.
So yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Gosh, I didn't say anything.
Oh,
man.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything. I was
Maya.
just trying to help.
Okay, let's go.
You know, I think I will agree with Tayo.
Yeah.
We don't need visas to travel within African countries. I don't think we should go and apply for visas to travel. You don't think so?
Yeah, I think so.
You should allow young Africans to move from one country to another, and that alone will bring a lot of intermarriages here.
Oh, wow. So whatever is so interested in like intermarriages because he's dating an East African lady.
I'm dating an East African lady, but I feel like that was the dream of the people who established Africa. In terms of Kwame Nkrumah and Nyerere, they just wanted to see inter-Africa. But
Unity,
now
right?
the people that are there is dead. Sorry.
But I think on the other hand, it's really, sometimes we just look in one direction and say, let's make borderless travel, let's not scrap visas. But as countries, you need to also protect your borders. Like someone left a comment on my YouTube video today about South Africa. The person said literally, tell your Nigerians not to come to South Africa anymore, right? Okay. And I was like, tell Nigerians stop coming to South Africa. Like, and I wrote back and I was like, wait, no. And I said, no. There are many great Nigerians. Like, don't say that. He was like, I understand, but he said, go to this place. Go. I mean, he gave me specific places in South Africa to go to see what's going on there. So from each entity, each country has what's it called? Responsibility to its people. Okay. That's fundamentally right.
But
I understand that.
Borderless does not mean that there shouldn't be borders. But Europe have borders, right? But you can still move from Germany to Spain with your passport. That's what we're talking about, borderless. So it's not about protecting your own. It's about allowing your people to move around. You get me?
Yeah, so because of time, we have a flight to catch. We are going to end this conversation. We need to...
End on a good note.
Okay, so, all right. So thank you all so much for having... It's on my YouTube channel. Yeah, thank you all. I'm happy. I'm happy to have all these, just celebrated beautiful personalities, you know. So we are going to end.
YouTube channel, yeah.
Hey. Okay, so any final words to anyone watching this video?
Yeah, I think more people should visit Africa. There's a lot to discover. We have like when you travel, there are so many places in Africa that are like when I went to Tanzania. Now I went to Lake Natron. Like it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been.
Wow.
Like in Africa. Like there are flamingos. They're flying. Like I've never seen a flamingo before. That's my first time.
I would love
and we
to.
have that. We have that in Africa. Yeah. So I feel like more people should come to rediscover Africa with us. Yeah.
Anita, any last words to anyone watching this video?
It's been fun, honestly, meeting you all.
Aww.
Yeah.
Yes, especially I think notwithstanding sort of all the challenges that are in Africa, how hard it is to get to places, how expensive it is. This is our continent, right? It's our obligation to sort of just enjoy and also showcase and create our own narrative of what Africa is. Africa is absolutely beautiful and it's waiting for you.
Okay.
I have nothing to say. all I want to say, a big shout out to Jennifer for being
Jennifer brought all of us together, together with South Africa. Come. And meet TK, the brain behind everything. Hello, TK. Say hi. Thanks. See, guys, if you meet him anywhere, say a big thank you to him because he brought all of us together. We want to say thank you so much.
No, thank you for accepting our invitation. It's an honor to have you guys here, and I'm sure your followers have enjoyed the beautiful journey you had, right?
Oh, amazing. Like, this has been my best trip. I don't know about the rest, but...
Best trip.
Best trip. Best
One of the best. But since Jennifer is here...
Am I missing something here?
Yeah. So thank you all so much for watching. Please subscribe to everyone's channel. They are doing amazing, promoting the continent, promoting Africa, promoting everywhere they find themselves. I want to say thank you all so much for watching. I love you all. Mwah.
Then could propose some legislation to cure the mischief that we might discover. The Speaker, that is the work of the parliamentary committees. And with respect to the Speaker, the speakers of Parliament do chair the committee, committee for the composition of these committees. Mr. Speaker, I know some people, for whatever reason, have made it appear that the Minister of Finance deliberately elected not to respond to the invitation of the House in respect of the particular subject matter. Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come for us to make a clear determination on this matter, whether to allow the ministers or the Minister of State and deputy ministers at the ministry to come and respond to questions or invitations from to the ministry, so that the pile-up of questions would not accumulate as we are seeing today. But today he has about 16 questions, beyond what he has done, about 16 questions to respond to. Mr. Speaker, we met when we first came to Parliament in 1907, Mr. Kwame Pepra as the Minister for Finance. Mr. Kwame Pepra was not coming to this house. The person who was coming to this house was the Honorable, I think, Victor Selemi. He was always in the house with us. And the house agreed that Victor should take the place of Mr. Kwame Pepra. On occasions, there were murmurs and people bemoaned that he himself must come here. But we know that the position of the Ministers of Finance, Mr. Speaker, they are in very precarious positions, dealing with so many things at the same time. So perhaps we should come to some determination on this. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, in the governance architecture, Parliament is the body charged with the oversight responsibility to trace and track the usage of allocated resources. Resources are allocated to the various ministries, departments, and agencies, the other arms of government, as I've said, as well as the other constitutional bodies and also some state enterprises. The Ministry of Finance has the responsibility to do the allocation of resources of state, and that is expressed in the budget statement presented to the House from time to time. After the allocations have been made, it behoves the various committees of the House under Article 103.3 and indeed Part 20 of our standing orders to trace and track these allocations to ensure that the nation has value for money in these allocations. The ministry, as midwife, will always be in readiness to work with any such parliamentary committee if they want additional information. Mr. Speaker, that is how parliaments work. Unfortunately, we must all admit that by the structure of our parliamentary committees, the committees themselves are not strong enough. How do we restructure the committees to let them have the strength to perform these oversight responsibilities? That's where Ghana's Parliament is lacking. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that this cannot be counted as one of the numerous sins of the Minister of Finance, if he has any sins. And I believe he has many sins indeed. Mr. Speaker, when Parliament has done its work, indeed, with the rolling out of any budget cycle, if for the committees to follow the ministries, the constitutional bodies, the other arms of government, in how they are spending their allocations and report timeously to this House, the committees don't do that. So we are always looking at the Auditor General to fulfill its responsibility once the year ends. That's not supposed to be the architecture of governance. If we want proper probity and accountability as stressed by the minority leader, the Speaker, the committees of Parliament should be made to work. And the Minister of Finance cannot take the place of the committees of Parliament. The Speaker, the Auditor General at the end of every year is required to complement the efforts of Parliament by auditing and reporting on the public accounts of Ghana to Parliament, and that is provided for by Article 187.2. The Auditor General must submit his report of audit to Parliament, drawing attention to any irregularities in the accounts audited in line with Article 187.5. Mr. Speaker, now I'm not oblivious of the imperative of Order 67.1H, which provides that
Honourable Majority Leader, yes, a minute. Honorable members, in view of the nature of business before the House, I direct that business be held outside the normal prescribed hours. As we direct. Yes, majority leader continue.
The Speaker, as I was saying, I'm aware of the imperative of Order 67(1)H, which provides that a question shall not be asked, the answer to which is readily available in official publications. The budget statement that we are all quoting from is an official publication. And Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 expenditures have been broadly provided for in pages 274 and 275 in the 2021 budget statement and economic policy. Then Appendix 1 of the 2021 mid-year review also provides for this, as copiously quoted from by the Honorable Atuforsen. These are official publications. Mr. Speaker, also on page 335 of the 2022 budget, these pieces of information that we require or we are looking for are provided in these official publications. And our orders provide that if they are provided for in official publications, then we should not ask questions relating to them. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, and with respect to the granular issues at the various ministries, departments, and agencies, the arms of government, including parliaments, as well as the constitutional bodies, as I was saying, I'm afraid the job of tracing and tracking expenditures is that of committees of parliament and not the minister for finance. But notwithstanding, and I believe to set minds at ease, the minister has been here, and for the avoidance of doubt, he has come to provide the information, the relevant information to us. Mr. Speaker, I think for the umpteenth time, it's important to go back to bullet 6 of the information that the minister provided us.
Hello there and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. My name is Ismail Akwe, the Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of GhanaWeb, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, The Future is Now. This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestech on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden event at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year, what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also, we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
Started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago, on the 1st of January
2022 it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Report is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Campbell told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity, and we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be
us.
longer on the stage than I.
Thank you so
Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
Because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai.
Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noim Mensah.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude. These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries where I'm teaching. And I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on two occasions. One, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women
who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of the award scheme, and me getting the best influencer or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys,
right?
Because my name has always been confused
with the business one, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
right,
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come, and also maybe somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efansa efitre oman osandem ukuma fun ochedi anko to trouble in our GhanaWeb, you train your staff on apathetic clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
Oyo, you know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the Youth Edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agro-business.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say, IT is the ish.
Like, yeah, it is. I mean, that's where
it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now, in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars, amazing guys that I think will fit in here. Not the days. They are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Otuado. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, yeah, we are doing great.
It's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now, both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. Eche, we have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy, men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know. At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss himself.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now, in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now, in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh, yes.
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see. Exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita, I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves. No. They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now, in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now, in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take notes that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that the future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now, in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth, I think, would be in, or maybe in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital art, design, sculptures, etc. So if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of indigenous are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. Yeah. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I
they
think
want to start up
we
and
can
then
also
relocate.
give some kudos to the government for the year of return.
Exactly.
Which has brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
and
you're
more
crying
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Kenke on wheels? Kenke having wheels.
Even Gobe has posts right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details in essence, phone number, and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, click no and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify. And
all of us. We do. Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance?
Yeah, I like
that. I can put my money on it that you will not win anything.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay.
So, money, eh?
You know, the future is now, and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now, and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CJ TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and the editor-in-chief of Africa Web.
And I am Na Oyokwoti, host of Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, the future is now.
Settle this matter once and for all. I thank you so much for your patience and attention. I have been looking to see whether these are available. Good. So I will, at this stage, hand over to the second deputy speaker because I have to attend to another urgent matter. I'm behind schedule, but I hope to catch up with that. So, Minister, you are not yet discharged. You still have about 12 questions or so to answer. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for coming. Second deputy speaker to take the chair. Meanwhile, we can move on to item 5. Urgent questions. The first urgent question stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Wa East, Honourable Godfred Seidu Jesau. Please, Honourable Member, you may ask the question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member, let's hear you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Right Honourable Speaker, to ask the Minister for Finance when the Ministry will issue financial clearance to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to clear the large debt owed partners and suppliers to ensure availability of subsidized fertilizer in this farming season. Thank you.
Yes. Before the Minister responds to your question, we have so many questions, and therefore if the question is constituency specific, the owner of the question will be entitled to the question. And even the supplementary questions, I will only allow only one supplementary question. One supplementary question. That's what my Honourable members, please, let's allow this because we have 12 and we've already spent a lot of time with the Minister.
Yes, Honourable Member for Aswasi. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that a lot of time has been spent already. But my plea is that if you look at the nature of the questions, if you could just even restrict it to the member
by allowing the member the full length of the 3 supplementaries, so that without any extent to other persons, I'm sure we'll be able to manage the time. I want to plead with you so that the answers will be proper, the questions will be properly answered. Thank you very much.
Honorable Leader.
Speaker, as you said, there are 12 questions and 16 questions. 4 urgent and 12 normal questions. That's 16. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe, as has been applied by the Chief Whip, we can limit it to the person asking the question. And let's have what we have been doing by convention, even though that is not even statutory. No member is entitled to 3 supplementary questions. It's not statutory. However, by convention, that is what we have been doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would plead that you allow for that. Let the member ask the question. The minister responds, and not more than 2 or 3 other supplementary questions. And then we move on. Mr. Speaker, I believe if we manage the time well, of say 3 minutes per question, we will still be able to deal with it. I'll plead with you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying so because outside there, it's being made to appear that the minister is running away from his responsibilities. He's here today. I know it's going to be difficult for him, but please, let's have it. The member asks the question, let him be entitled to 3 supplementary questions, and then we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Respectful Leader, I was going to insist on 1, but nobody will have more than 2 supplementary questions. So I will limit it to 2. So you have your own question, the main question, and if you have a follow-up, I will allow 2, not 3. Honorable members, please, this is my position. The owner of the question will have his main question. He will have not more than 2 supplementary questions. So you can have 2 supplementary questions. Yes. So, honorable member, let's start with you. Honorable member, it is our own good to manage the time. It's now 2:30. We have 16 questions. 16 questions. So, honorable members, these are my rules. The owner of the question will have his question. He will not have more than 2 supplementary questions. Finish. Honorable member, we start from honorable member for Wa East. Honorable Godfrey Sedu. Keep quiet.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Finance when the ministry will issue financial clearance to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to clear the large debt owed partners and suppliers to ensure availability of subsidized fertilizer in this farming season. Thank you.
Yes, respectful Honorable Minister.
They are afraid of him. Oh, me if he gives me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and really would like to thank the House and the Speaker for the way in which we'll continue to engage and in therefore allowing my dependable ministers of state and deputies to be able to handle, some of the issues when I'm otherwise distracted. But Mr. Speaker, it is truly an honor to be here, and I intend to continue to honor my statutory obligations and also the privilege to update members on various economic issues. I have appeared in front of this House many times, including voluntary requests on COVID-19 issues. Let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that I will honor this august House always, and I will not shirk from the responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to respond to the questions, but if you may allow me, let me please comment on the very difficult economic circumstances that the nation finds itself in, reeling at the onslaught of global uncertainty created by COVID-19 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The world is experiencing all-time inflationary pressures, resulting in a sense an effect on our own inflation rate of 26.7% and the currency depreciation of over 16%. Mr. Speaker, this administration was confronted with difficult economic headwinds in 2017, and we overcame it. We were also impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we conquered that. And now the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That too, Mr. Speaker, shall pass. Like the 2 fishes and 5 loaves in 2017, we shall see the days of harvest even through this. But Mr. Speaker, we must be resolute in speaking one language of unity as a people, and the Lord promises us that there will be no restraint as to how far we can go as a nation then. So, like Elijah, let us agree on a new bowl of unity and spice it with age-old salt, and our waters will be healed. There shall not be death or a barren land in our country. Mr. Speaker, I believe we'll become victorious through these difficult times, and the Black Star will surely rise. Mr. Speaker, to the question by Honorable Jassal. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2021, an amount of 86.31 million was outstanding under the PFJ program. This amount has now been released to Ministry of Agriculture for payment. This year, Ministry of Agriculture has requested for an amount of 485.9 million for payment under the PFJ program. An amount of 278.57 million has subsequently been released to MOFA. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has, over the last 5 years, 2017 to 2021, made budgetary provisions to enable the Ministry of Food and Agriculture allocate funds to cover all its programs and projects, including the PFJ. During this period, Mr. Speaker, there has been a cumulative increase of some 2.47 billion to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to pay for commitments under this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Seidu, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a follow-up question. Mr. Speaker, this follow-up question is against the background of the fact that there are shortages of fertilizer in the market now, and farmers cannot afford to pay what is on the market. Mr. Minister, when exactly and how much did you release for payment? When will the payment, not just release, when will the payment be effected?
Honorable Member. Anyway, Honorable Member, are you minded to answer that question? Or if you don't have the specific figures or time?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, I think about 3 weeks ago is when the Ministry of Finance released the commencement to Controller and Accountant General. So you can verify with the Controller, which we did. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Said, do you allow supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, the Controller and Accountant General is under the Ministry of Finance. They will pay when there is money. You have released, they have not paid yet. Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question is, critical as fertilizer is to production of food in this country, will the Finance Minister, and owing to the fact that we have owed these for over 2 years, they have taken bank facilities and credit, will the Minister of Finance consider negotiating with banks and financial institutions to give these suppliers some long credit lines to be able to repay debts that are owed, because you have not been able to pay them in time? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Jasol. I think it is quite clear to all of us that we are running a budget deficit, which then leads to some of these outstandings that you've talked about. But specifically in the area of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, you know we established GhanaWeb, which in effect is supposed to help guarantee facilities that banks may give specifically in agriculture. And therefore, we expect banks to take advantage of that and extend longer-term loans. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, with the emergence of the Development Bank of Ghana, one of the specific areas in which they are going to support is agriculture, and already an MOU understanding is being developed between them and ADB Bank to look at this whole perennial long-term problem of financing of agriculture, not only access with regards to funds, but also long-term end rates. And that is part of the justification for bringing into emergence the Development Bank of Ghana. So we look forward to better days ahead. Thank you so much, sir.
Very well. We move to question B. Question B. And the question stands in the member for Abrikuma North, Honorable Sheila Battles. Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the current status of funding for the construction of Phase 2 of the Tema Motorway, which has been highlighted as a major issue for commuters. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Bartels. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana completed Phase 1 of the Tema Motorway interchange Tiers 1 and 2 with the grant support of Japanese yen 6.259 billion, approximately $55 million from the Japanese government. And this was commissioned by His Excellency the President on 15th June 2020. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce to this House that the government of Ghana has completed negotiations with the Japanese government for additional grant funding of 3.765 billion Japanese yen, about $34 million for Phase 2, which covers the design and construction of the third tier of the interchange. The procurement process for the selection of the contractor is scheduled to be completed next week.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Member Fabric Manoff, any further question?
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Very well, thank you very much. We now turn to question C. Question C. And the question stands in the name of a member for Botiano English Amanfrum, Honorable Sylvester Tete. Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the interventions the ministry is employing to clamp the sustained increment in fuel prices as witnessed in the recent pricing windows. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, respectfully, Honorable Minister, you may respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Tete. Mr. Speaker, fuel prices have been deregulated since June 16, 2015, with oil marketing companies determining prices based on market forces. The increment in ex-pump fuel prices have been occasioned by volatilities in external crude oil prices and foreign exchange effects. Since January 2022, international crude oil prices have increased from some $74.17 per barrel in December 2021 to a high of $133.89 per barrel in March 2022. As of yesterday, 21st June 2022, crude oil prices were still high at $115 per barrel. Government has intervened to reduce price increases on Ghanaians. In October 2021, government suspended the price stabilization and recovery levies on petrol, diesel, and LPG for 2 months. In addition, government reduced the margins in the petroleum price build-up by 15 Ghana pesos per litre in April 2022. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to monitor the developments and act where possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the volatility of the industry, it's obvious that we are not seeing an end to it anytime soon. I would like to ask the Minister, in case this continues, what will be government intervention to the good people of this country? Because, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, currently the crude oil is hovering around $115 per barrel. It is.
Is it your question?
Mr. Speaker, if it continues to say $150 per barrel, what will be the intervention of government? Because the vast majority of our people are still concerned. And we appreciate government effort so far, but it looks like it is still going up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member for Tamale North.
Thank you very
Tamale
much.
Central, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a very, thank you, Honorable Tete, a very important question. But as we know, we are not an oil producer. The ratio is about 1 to 5 between what we get in royalties, etc., and what we use as a nation. So it poses a real conundrum and challenge as to how we as a country will prioritize to be able to ease some of that burden, and we will need to really have a discussion as to how to go forward. But in the end, the issue would be to at least ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we move on to have better mass transit systems to reduce the cost of transportation and find means of hauling food, etc., to our urban centers to also reduce that. So these are major infrastructure interventions that are required, and also managing to ensure that food prices are maintained. But I think it's a global conundrum that we need to put our minds to as a people, to ensure that the living conditions of Ghanaians, are not taken up by the cost of transportation. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what I can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, let me take your last supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all for now. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister of Finance the budget for 2022 actually projected revenue for oil based on the crude oil price. Currently, the price is more than or above the estimated figure used in determining the revenue from crude. Now, since Ghanaians are buying the fuel based on a price determined by the world market price and inflation, or the value of our currency, government, on the other hand, is also reaping in some windfall. What can the minister do to use part of that windfall to cushion the consumers of crude? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. I looked behind me, Mr. Speaker, to see whether the Minister of Energy was around, but he's not here. But it's a good question. But I think the arithmetic is quite simple, in the sense that we use about 5 times what we export. And so the dynamics, so yes, you may get a 20% in effect increase in resources, and then an 80% rise in the cost of what you import. So it's a very illusory windfall, we may call it. So we are still in the hole by 80% or so. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, the leader has spoken. I've given the leader one supplementary question. It's okay. Let's move on. Honorable, it's okay. It's okay. To question D. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Abambile Bawa.
Abambire, no Abambire.
Honorable Edward Abambile Bawa. Honorable, you may now ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Finance what the ministry is doing with respect to imposed taxes and levies on petroleum products and the depreciation of the cedi to slow down the increases in prices of petroleum products at the pumps.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Bawa, for the question. Mr. Speaker, as part of measures to alleviate the burden of high cost of fuel at the pump on consumers, government did suspend the price stabilization recovery levies, which is a charge on petrol, diesel, and LPG from November 2021 to the end of January 2022. The PSRL imposes a 16 peso per liter levy on petrol, 14 pesos per liter on diesel, 14 pesos per kilogram on LPG. The levy was suspended as part of efforts to cushion consumers from the constant rise in the price of fuel products in the country. The suspension of this levy resulted in a loss of revenue of about 182.6 million for that period. Government also intervened to suspend the margins on the petroleum price build-up by a total of 15 pesos per litre effective 1st April for 3 months as part of measures to slow down the increasing petroleum products prices. The details were followed. Bus margin reduced by 2 pesos per litre. Unified Petroleum Pricing Fund margin reduced by 9 pesos per litre. Fuel marking margin reduced by 1 peso per litre. And primary distribution margin reduced by 3 pesos per litre. With regards to the depreciation of the cedi, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana, as we know, is the lead interventionist in the issue of the currency. The Ministry of Finance is complementing their efforts through its fiscal consolidation measures and real sector interventions. The implementation of the 30% cut in expenditures and other expenditure measures approved by Cabinet are all helping to reduce the fiscal deficit and thereby reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. In addition, government is undertaking real sector interventions, including the Ghana Cares program, to support import substitution of products such as poultry, rice, etc., thereby reducing foreign exchange pressures from the imports of these products. Furthermore, the implementation of the AFCFTA positions Ghana as a continental trade hub and boosts exports to support exchange rate stability as a goal. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, as you know, is also arranging to raise $1 billion to support the 2022 budget and foreign exchange reserves. This, of course, is in this House. This foreign inflow is expected to improve supply of the foreign currency and the stability of the local currency. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, 16th June 2022, we laid before you the syndicated term loan, and we are respectfully requesting this Augusta to expedite action in approving it. This will be a key intervention to contain the depreciation of the cedi. We look forward to working with the House to ensure that this is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Odua.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many people have called for the suspension of the special petroleum tax, which is about 46 pesos per litre. But the Minister of Finance, even today, he's also indicated that the supposed position of Ghana being a net exporter of crude is not true, because our imports outstrips our exports, but the Ghana share. What the ministry is not taking cognizance of is the windfall of Ghana's share as compared to the taxes imposed on what we call the petroleum products. As we speak today, conservatively, if we are to say use $90 per barrel for 2022, it is projected that Ghana will gain in terms of windfall $470
Honorable,
million.
ask your question.
I'm giving the background. If we are to take $90 per barrel,
Honorable,
I'm going to ask the question, Mr. Speaker. Without that, I can't ask the question.
It's a preamble.
So, taking $90 per barrel conservatively, it is projected that you will be earning somewhere around $470 million.
Leader,
is it still tenable to keep the SPT? What's the problem?
Honorable, hold on. Leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, we are all fully aware of the rules. And my respected colleague, Honorable Bauer, knows what to do. If you want to make a statement, you make a statement. If you are asking a question, you go. Mr. Speaker, I have said time without number that patience and tolerance to listen to each other is important, and it shows mutual respect. You listen even if you disagree. That's why I was on my feet quietly to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, Order 67. It's clear. If you want to ask a question, ask your question. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is my submission.
Leader, well noted.
Mr. Speaker, yes. So you should
well
do the
noted.
needful.
So, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
In asking a question, it is also important to have an educated background to the question so that people will know the preamble under which you are making those points.
Honorable Member for Tamale Central. Yes, Honorable Member for Bongo, let me hear you.
So my question is, with regards to the fact that government of Ghana is making a windfall of neighborhood of $470 million per year because of the increases in fuel prices in the international market, is it still tenable to keep the SPT, that's the special petroleum tax, on the price build-up as a source of budget support?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Bawa, for this. I think I did try to respond to Honorable Afeji about the net use or the net need for our petroleum needs as a country, and it is 1 to 5. So yes, we may gain, because I think the budget was we used maybe $62 per barrel in our calculations. And so obviously there's a gain. In that same level of arithmetic, you see what it is the country has to support to make sure that, we can have the resources we need. So the question becomes, where do you allocate all of that? When we have that. And I think that's just the issues that we have to contend with. But to isolate one area as potentially the solution for our economic problems, would be a bit misleading. So we'll continue to make judgments to ensure that there's movement in the country and that we always have adequate supply of food. So imagine using that windfall to be able to import the petroleum that we need to be able to move. So, Honorable Bawa, those are the kind of judgments we make and not that singular silo effect when we have these resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, let him take your last supplementary question. Establish the preamble. 2 supplementary questions after your main question.
Preamble. So Mr. Speaker also has preamble statement, and when I give, there's a problem.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, today as we speak, in a gallon of fuel now a liter of fuel now is around 14 Ghana cedis, as compared to 2016 when it was 14 Ghana cedis for a gallon. The cedi has depreciated just 2022 alone by 22%. And this has triggered your inflation as at May to 27.9. And this is all creating problems as a result of these fuel prices. And you have supervised over all these things. Do you think it is still right for you to still be occupying your position as a finance minister?
Honorable Member, your question is not admissible. Honorable members, please. Please allow me to handle my. Honorable member, your question is not admissible.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, then I'll ask myself. If it's not admissible, I'll ask a question.
Okay,
I'll
go ahead and ask a different question.
I'll not rephrase. I'll ask another question. As we speak today, Bloomberg has reported that if you look at the total import bill for just the petroleum sector, it's about $450 million
a month.
Just a month. Bank of Ghana is only able to auction about $100 million. It's not about what's the problem?
Ask your question.
What arrangements is your government doing to ensure that there's forex available to importers of petroleum products into the country?
Yes, Honourable Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Bawa, for your question. I think I did mention, Mr. Speaker, that we have a syndicated loan facility here, and we hope that, Honorable Bawa, you will help facilitate the passage of that. I think, as you know, we have not been able to go to the capital markets as we usually do, and you yourself talking about sort of the global inflationary rise and changes in the global economy as we see it. So those are pressures we are all doing, and therefore how quickly we are able to find external resources in terms of foreign exchange is going to be important. And I ask for your support as we bring the syndicated loan through this House. Thank you very much, sir.
No, I will only give the leader a supplementary opportunity. No,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer coming from the minister is making me to feel that Ghanaians have no hope now in terms of the fuel prices. Honourable Deputy Whip, can you allow the minister to listen to my question? Honourable Minister, my question is that your answers are telling me that Ghanaians don't have any hope now in terms of fuel prices. Whether government can intervene by either reducing some of the taxes to bring down the prices, or do something to cushion so that the prices don't keep increasing day by day. That's what your answer is telling me. So does it mean that Ghanaians now should now throw their hands in despair that, well, government cannot do anything about this? Thank you.
Yes, Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is really very contrary to the performance of this government. And this government does not throw its hands up in the air. We would not have come into government in 2016 if we threw up our hands in the air because of the headwinds that we're going to confront. And Mr. Speaker, you realize that from 2017 through the COVID period, we performed very creditably on these issues. There's no way we'll throw out our hands first as a government and then as Ghanaians. We are resilient and we'll find solutions to that. What that would mean, we are still working hard to look at how to ensure that there is food, look at how we'll find ways, such as we did during the COVID period, to ensure that we have the least amount of deaths on the continent and in the world generally. Mr. Speaker, no, there's always hope, and we are an innovative and a strong country, and we should not ever think we cannot do something about it. The issue or the question about whether we will translate the supposed windfall into specifically reducing fuel prices is what we will have to decide what to do. And as I mentioned, we are of course ensuring that there is fuel in the country and it continues so that business goes on as it should. And we will, in short order, Mr. Speaker, come out with other strategies to ensure that food is available and the movement of business also continues. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not even think that we are asking Ghanaians to throw up their hands in despair, because we are not a nation of giving up. We shall persevere and we shall win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now move to the normal questions. No, Honorable Adongo, no. We have 12 more questions to go through. We move to the normal questions, and we start with a member for Doma West. Honorable Vincent upon Asamoah on question 236. Question 236.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Doma West is unavoidably absent and has asked me to ask the question on his behalf, seeking your leave.
Well, you can do that, but there wouldn't be any opportunity for supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, this is on his behalf. Maybe as a leader, you will give me the opportunity.
Let's hear you, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance whether the ministry will consider sourcing additional funding for infrastructural development at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, UNE, in Sunyani, just like it was done in respect of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, UHAS, in Ho, the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Somani, and recently the proposed university at Bonsu.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Ahmed. Mr. Speaker, arranging for additional financing for a project is usually based on a request from the institution under which the project falls. In this case, it is the Ministry of Education, and so far, no such request has been received by our ministry. Until the project proposal is received from the sector ministry or agency, the Ministry of Finance cannot recommend the appropriate funding modality. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, it is difficult to provide a term sheet for a project when the sector ministry or the agency involved has not initiated the project. Per the Public Financial Management Act and the Public Investment Management Regulation, the cost of any such project can be determined only after a concept note and a pre-feasibility study have been completed by the sector ministry or agency. Mr. Speaker, once received, we will subject it to public investment project approval processes for consideration and for funding when fiscal space is available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let me remind all of you, you know we are not supposed to use more than 1 hour for questions. So that is all these things I'm saying, we shouldn't allow more supplementary questions. It's just to adhere to our own standing orders. So please, if the owner of the question is not here, ask the main question, please allow me to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular question was a joint caucus from the region, together with the regional House of Chiefs and the Bono regional minister.
Let's hear you, Honourable Member.
So, Mr. Speaker, the University for Energy and Natural Resources was just a school of forestry converted into a university. Is the Minister for Finance telling us that he has not received any recommendation from the Ministry of Education concerning the challenges that the university is confronting, which necessitates additional funding like the other 3 universities that I've mentioned?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of not sure what the differences that are being outlined here, whether the question is whether it's in the improvement of the facility or extension of it, or whether it's goods and services financing that is required. But as I mentioned, those are 2 very different issues, and if it is for public investments in that will require origination from them, I'm not aware of this specific request, and I can look into it, and whatever interventions that we are capable of doing, we will then do. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
We will channel it through the Minister of Education.
Thank you. So we turn to question 383. Question 383. And the question stands in the name of a member for Cape Coast South, Honorable George Kwaku Rickett Hagan. Honorable, the Minister is
Mr. Speaker, I have to switch. My machine is not working, so I'll switch to the next one. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance which companies were used as local transaction advisors and local legal advisors for the 2021 Eurobond, and how much were they paid in fees as individual companies? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Rickett Hagan, for this question. Mr. Speaker, for the 2021 Eurobond, the 5 co-managers, local use were Fidelity Bank, Data Bank, IC Securities, Temple Investment, and Cal Bank, while CQ Legal and K&K Legal were the 2 local legal advisors. The 5 local co-managers were each paid $166,375, while the 2 local legal advisors were each paid $75,000. In all, a total of $981,875 was paid to local transaction advisors in 2021, which is 0.0325% of the total amount of the 3.025 face value of the bonds issued. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Cape Coast South, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the Minister's answer, almost $1 million is paid to these local transaction advisors and legal advisors. But up until 2016, they were paid a flat fee of $50,000. Their role is basically to build capacity, and that hasn't changed. So I want to find out from the Minister, why is it that now they are not being paid a flat fee of $50,000, but they are being paid $166,000? Because they are not the lead managers, they are not the book runners, they are not the billing and delivery agents, they are not the duration managers. They don't play any role in the issuance and the marketing of the bond. It's all done by the international transaction advisors. So why are the local being paid this amount of money instead of the flat fee of $50,000 that they used to receive in the past? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Honorable Rickett Hagan. Really very, very good and important question. And it is important because you pay the international advisors, as you said, each maybe over $1 million and change in these transactions. And I remember in 2007, when we went for the first issuance abroad, and the ministers and civil servants were admiring the buildings that we were in for the international advisors. And I was asking them, if you keep paying $50,000 to your local advisors, when do they grow? When do they get a capacity? When do they become those big banks? And those are fundamental questions as to how we grow our institutions. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, we changed it from a flat fee to increase it almost triple what it was. But it's a good reason for us to be very clear and deliberate about how we support local companies, for them to grow, to become as big as those companies that we choose to admire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your last supplementary question. Honorable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier on about the roles that the international transaction advisors play, I want to find out, apart from capacity building, what role does Data Bank, Fidelity Bank, IC Securities, Temple Investment, and Car Bank play in issuance of the Eurobond?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe the issue that Honorable Rees-Hagen is talking about goes to the heart of how we develop our capital markets to be equivalent to those people who keep advising us on the things that we do. I think by being able to reward them a lot more, they are able, beyond the capacity building on the local front, to also be able to send their employees into certain internships outside so that they can do more on the advisory side. Mr. Speaker, when we get into these transactions, the more knowledgeable your local advisors are, the better you are able to negotiate when it comes to the floor and when it comes to pricing. And those become really important intrinsic parts of the transaction. And so this leads to the type of knowledge that may reduce your coupon rate from 8.025 to 8%, which results in considerable savings when we go forward. But I think we should have also a clarity on the deliberateness in building these companies to be able to replace these international advisors. And the only way to do that is to give them more resources for them to continue to be confident when we get to the market. There's a lot of confidence play, and there's a lot of need to know, and that's what we have to do if we are going to turn this place into an international hub for financial services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Cape Coast South, you may turn to question 384. 384. Your second supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my next question is to ask the Minister for Finance how much government realized, and that is net proceeds, from the Eurobond issued in 2021, and how much it has spent on fees and related roadshow expenses. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Rees-Hagen. Mr. Speaker, a total amount face value of $3.025 billion was raised with proceeds of $2.883 billion, as some of the bonds were issued below par discounted price, which is approximately $142 million. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $8.84 million was spent as fees and expenses on the 2021 Eurobond transaction paid to the 5 joint lead managers and 1 international counsel, $7.86 million, and 5 local co-managers and 2 local counsels, $0.98 million. The joint lead managers for the 2021 Eurobond transaction were Bank of America, Citibank, RMB Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, and Standard Bank. The international counsel is White and Case. The 5 co-managers local used were Fidelity Bank, Data Bank, IC Securities, Temple Investment and Car Bank, while CQ Legal and K&K Legal were the two local legal advisors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Redefining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer, both the verbal answer he's just given and the written answer, does not answer the last part of my question. The figures is given, and the last part of my question is to do with related roadshow expenses. The figures the minister has here, which is 8.84, is of which 7.86 relate to international transaction advisors and counsel, and the 0.9 relates to local advisors and counsel. That gives you the 8.84. It doesn't answer the bit about the roadshow cost for government and the Bank of Ghana. That is the government delegation that go on the roadshow. How much did they spend? It's not covered here. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Redefining. Honorable Speaker, the beauty or some of the good results of the COVID year was that we all did a lot of things by Zoom. And so amazingly, that was one of the years in which, by sitting at Kempinski, we were able to complete a roadshow virtually. That's why the expenses are negligible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member, you may take your last supplementary question.
Honorable Adongo. Adongo, yeah.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, pursuant to time management, you said we're going to restrict the questions to those of them who are asking the questions. Because there cannot be any modifications in the course. Please, with respect, if he is asking the question, let him so do. If he says it's not, he move to the next question. Respectfully.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with deference to the chair and my leader, one question is one question. The one who is asking is just a content. So whether Adongo or Ricket, the question is one, so that we can manage time.
Honorable Adongo, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Finance how much he has paid himself through his own company called Data Bank in fees and charges. He didn't say that.
Honorable Member, the question is not admissible.
Okay. I changed my question.
Yeah, no, can he rephrase it?
Does the minister know any of the companies as a company he has shares in that he's paying the fees and charges as transaction advisors?
Good question.
Minister, you may. Minister, you may, if you are minded to respond. Else, please, you file a substantive question. No, honorable members. Honorable members, will you please listen to me? This house is a house of records. If he is not with the figures, why should you come and guess? And so please, I will entreat you to file a substantive question if you are desirous.
Speaker, are you saying the minister doesn't know a company he has shares in? His own investment, he doesn't know. You should just tell me that.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
You should engage the media.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the import of this person. He Honorable Adongo, knows the company. So if he says that, if he's asking the minister whether he knows the company, I know a company called Data Bank. And Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Companies Act that we just passed enables any one of us to go to the Registrar General to inquire about the shareholding. And that is in an official publication. You are required to know that. You are required to know that. This is an abuse of our process and procedures. Can we go?
Honorable members, the question is not admissible. Let's move on. We now turn to question number 385. Question number 385. A member for Temalis Central. Now we've come to you. Ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance how much revenue the state generated from the sale of power to our neighbors.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Minister, you may answer the question. Question 385.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the revenues from VRA's export of power to neighboring countries are retained by VRA. We really respectfully propose that the Ministry of Energy is invited to respond to this question. As a Minister of Finance, of course, I keep an eye on some of these numbers. And I think in the past 3 years, they might have grossed about $140 million a year. But I think the Minister of Energy can give you the full numbers. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of records. It is not a house of conjecture. The Minister is saying that they might have. We need certain answers. And my question is absolutely unambiguous. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, this gentleman ought to be tamed. I have the right to ask questions. I understand his challenges. He has just come. But you need to sit and learn. Mr. Speaker, he's doing this.
Mr. Speaker, if he doesn't sit down, we'll mess him up here.
Mr. Speaker,
he's not the only person who can
if
make
an honorable friend cares to know, Postmaster,
if you don't respect your elder, we will respect our sit down.
Postmaster, they finish appointing deputy ministers. So just sit down. Mr. Speaker, I need a response. My question is absolutely unambiguous. So if the minister is telling us that they might have, this is not a house of conjecture, Mr. Minister. We need specific answers, and I want him to tell us if he doesn't know. I understand. If he thinks that he doesn't have the answers now, he should tell this house, but he can't tell us that they might have. This is not a house of conjecture. This is a house of records, Honorable Minister, with all due respect.
Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the question number 385 has been asked. And the question reads, to ask the Minister for Finance how much revenue the state generated from power sale to neighboring countries. The Minister has responded. The Speaker, revenues from VRA's exports of power to neighboring countries are not paid to the consolidated fund, but paid into VRA's accounts. The superintending ministry is the Ministry of Energy. So he says, we respectfully propose that the Minister of Energy is invited to respond to this question, which just means that your question has been misdirected. What question is misdirected? So he's just proffering an opinion that this is how maybe the total is. But, Mr. Speaker, our orders are clear, and the orders provide in Order 62. 1. Questions may be asked of ministers relating to public affairs with which they are officially connected. The minister is telling you that he's not officially connected with that. So, Mr. Speaker, you will guillotine this and then we move on. Because that is what it means, that he's not responsible for this question. So he goes on to suggest to you that the Minister of Energy is the one responsible. So please, so direct your question. That is how it is. Yes, because so can you call the Minister of Finance? I've led with your own. Why are you getting me forgive?
Yes, Honorable.
I'm not speaking to the microphone.
Honorable Leader, I think the Minister is desirous to even say something. So,
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think the issue, Mr. Speaker, of cordiality is very important. And the issue of mutuality of respect is also going to be very important. I was very clear that this is a question for the Ministry of Energy. As respected honorable members, I then let you know what I thought those numbers were. But I find it quite abusive in the way in which the response was made. I think if we are going to be able to continue this and also encourage each other for me to become in more, already the Speaker has given us clearance that we can have the Minister of State and the Deputy Ministers do that because of the enormity of the work that the Ministry does. It's going to be very, very discouraging if a sense of hostility is maintained. And that is how I feel about it, different from how you feel about that. So that was just to offer respectful information so that even as you leave, you'll get a sense of what those numbers were. But to be thrown back and abused at it, Mr. Speaker, is unfortunate. And I look forward to a lot more cordiality as we move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Why?
I don't know who is hostile to him. If we ask you a question and you are not comfortable with the question, that is not hostility. It is as simple as that. I pose a question that I believe is of interest to me. If you are not comfortable to answer it because it is not a question you ordinarily want to be asked, it is not hostility. So let that be put on record that nobody is hostile to him. We're just asking the questions that we are mandated by our constituents to ask the minister. And he's not answering them.
Very well. Let's hear you, Honorable Mutala. You allow supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker.
I tell you, the questions are finished.
Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Mr. Speaker, we decided as a country to charter the path of democracy. And in chartering the path of democracy, it comes with some conditions. And one of the important arms of government is the legislative arm. As a matter of fact, for the avoidance of doubts in the democracy, the legislative arm is very, very important. In fact, it's essential that we have a moral duty and a responsibility to hold the executive accountable. And one of the most important ingredients of democracy is transparency and accountability. No one has any interest of being hostile towards anybody. We are simply...
Honorable member, that issue has been addressed. Let's go on with your question, please.
No, but it's important. I'll ask the question.
That issue has been addressed by Honorable Adongo. I'm asking you to go on with your question.
Honorable Minister, it wasn't Honorable, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't Honorable Adongo's question. It was my question. So he cannot be addressing my questions for me. The only person who is supposed to address my questions by the standing orders and the Constitution is the minister who is here. And Honorable Majority Leader, the minister could have stopped there. I wasn't holding a dagger before him to tell us. I wasn't holding a dagger to tell us that it might have been 140 million. That is why I asked the further question. If he didn't have the answers, he could have told us. I don't have the answers now. Perhaps the only challenge would have had is the timing. But for him to provide that response, and you said he was given an opinion. This is not the house of opinions. This is the house of facts. We are not here to entertain opinions. We are here to get facts for and on behalf of the people we represent. The people of Tamale Central.
Honorable. Enough with that. So you didn't ask any question. Honorable, you didn't ask any question.
My question is very simple. The question is that the minister is the minister who manages the finances of this country. And therefore, whichever agency or ministry takes that supervisory role, at the end of the year, they account to the Minister for Finance. So he should be able to tell us how much they generated. But he provided...
That is why the leader of the House has given us the directive. Per standing on the 62, the responsible ministry for power and related matters is the Minister for Energy. So at least the leader of the House has given us a clue. Let's abide by it and move on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time a question has been asked and it has to be redirected to the appropriate ministry. And I don't see why we should be belaboring that point. However, Mr. Speaker, I could see that maybe the Minister for Finance is tired. Well, he's been here since morning. He has read the statement and he's gone ahead to answer questions. Even the chair, with reference to the chair, has been changed. If maybe out of that stress, that is why he made that statement concerning the hostility, which is unparliamentary. Well, if you go to Order 93.2, it is clear it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, or unbecoming words. The best word that we use for each other here is the honorable gentleman. So we who should be referring to each other as honorable gentlemen, then when we are using words like offensive and those things, and Parliament or life does not end here. They are members of Parliament, and we will do business with the Minister for Finance up to the end of this 8th Parliament. So that portion of the word is what is generating those. And if that is the case, you can direct that the word offensive, listen, hostility, or we being hostile to him. But today is a special day, and this Facebook Live, everybody is watching. So if that happens between we and our finance minister, I don't think it's good of us. But I want to plead to my colleague, the Honorable Mutala. The door is still not closed. You still have to redirect the question, if that is the fact that you want. But the minister could have said, it doesn't, I don't have it here, I'll go and get it for you. But to go the extra mile to say that it is lie within the purview of the energy minister, it's just a matter of you redirecting the question. So let sleeping dog lie and let end it there. But I still want to plead with the chair that you direct that portion of the statement, hostility should be expunged from the Hansard or the records. That there is objection that the minister used a word that they've been hostile to him, which to them it is not. They are doing their lawful parliamentary duties. And you cannot, by Order 93.2, later you know it is clear. And the conduct of members can also not be raised, even the chair. So that portion, I'm not happy with that. But Mr. Speaker, if the minister is tired, you can suspend. Truly, he's been sitting since morning. And I believe, sometimes when you are tired, anything goes. So that is my plea.
Very well. Honorable members, okay.
The Speaker, I believe that, to be fair to the minister, if the deputy whip is appealing that the use of the expression involving the language hostility is unfriendly to the House, and that it must be withdrawn in equal measure, and he is an elder of the Church of Pentecost. In equal measure, you should have told your colleague who says to the minister that I was just holding a dagger on you, that is also offensive. You didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. Mr. Speaker, so in fairness, and to be truthful to ourselves, don't just hold a one-edged sword. It should be double-edged to clear both weeds Yes, because I think that we can move on. I want to plead that the minister is indicated that there are some meetings that are holding in his office, which is kept on hold since 2 p.m. If he may be allowed to attempt to do so. I think the questions have been listed and the answers have been really given by our orders. Indeed, 1 hour after question time, questions that are not answered should be just printed and given to the members asking the questions. However, we have a deputy minister here. So I believe that the deputy minister could go through answering those outstanding questions, whilst we allow the minister to exit to attend to those other businesses. Thank you.
Honourable members, I think before the majority leader came in, Honourable Deputy Minority Leader agreed with both caucus agreed that the Finance Minister has been here since morning, and they agreed that I will leave him to go and attend other meetings and ask the Deputy Minister to hold on the rest of the questions. And I think it's something that has already been agreed. I was informed by the leadership. So yes,
leader. If Mr. Speaker, if I heard you said we've agreed, I didn't say so. What I said.
You weren't here at that time.
I said the Minister for Finance had been here since morning, and therefore, out of stress, maybe that's why he used.
Honourable member, I'm not making reference to you. I said it had been agreed when Honourable Afeji was here. You weren't here at that time. So,
okay,
it was a decision that has been taken by the leadership.
Yeah, what I meant was that you can say the minister had been here since morning and his time, but to say he's leaving this work to go and continue some work somewhere, Mr. Speaker, is what is making my back very offensive. Because this is a very important work.
By our standing,
what can be more important than
parliamentary go on beyond 1 hour? We've almost spent 2 hours in question time. So it's either we suspend or we ask the minister to take leave of us and the deputy minister take the rest of the. I cannot. That one will be the duty of the business committee. I cannot assure when he's coming back. So please, my directive is that I will leave the Honourable Finance Minister and the Deputy Minister, who is part of us, will take on the chair to respond to the rest of the questions. Already this morning, that prayer had been made to the House. The Speaker has admitted that prayer, that the Minister of State or Deputy Ministers can take charge of Finance Minister's duty in this House if he is not. So on that note, Honourable Finance Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you very much for attending upon the House to respond to various questions and to make statements to the House and, for that matter, to the nation. We are grateful to you, we wish you well, and you are hereby discharged. So we move to question. Angelina. We move to question number 386. Question number 386. And the question stands in a member for Okai Kwe North, Honorable Teresa Ladi Awuni. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. But honestly, my question has been in this House for close to 6 months. So in all fairness, the Minister should have answered me before leaving. For over 6 months, this question has been hanging in the House.
My dear sister,
but I'll go ahead and still ask my question.
The answer is already provided.
I needed the Finance Minister to answer me. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the Finance Minister how much was raised in total from government bonds since 2017, who the transaction advisors and book runners were since 2017, and how much was paid to each of the transaction advisors and book runners since 2017.
Is it not the same question that has been asked? Very well. Honorable Member for Ebiso and Deputy Minister for Finance, you may answer the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Government of Ghana launched the domestic bond issuance program in 2015 under the name Edinkra program. The joint book runners were Barclays, Stanbic, and Strategic Africa Securities. The mandate was for 2 years. In 2015, 517 million cedis was raised and 0.5% was paid to the joint book runners. In 2016, 4.4 billion Ghana cedis was raised and fees of 0.48% was paid. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, government through the Ministry of Finance renewed the engagement with 3 book runners, namely Barclays Bank Ghana, now Absa Bank, Stanbic Bank, and Strategic African Securities, under a 2-year mandate as joint book runners. The JBRs were to advise and arrange the issuance and marketing of all government of Ghana longer dated bonds, 2 years and above. Through the book building approach adopted by Ministry of Finance in the year 2015. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, a total of 17.3 billion cedis in 3, 5, 7, 10, and 15-year local currency government bonds and 221.4 million US dollars in domestic USD denominated government bonds was raised from the domestic market with the assistance of the joint book runners. The cedi equivalent of 221.4 million USD converted at the average exchange rate of 4.5 to $1 amounted to 1 billion plus currency component of 17.3 billion, brings the total amount in 2017 to 18.3 billion from the issuance of government bonds. An amount of 30.41 million Ghana cedis was paid to each JBR, totaling 91.24 million cedis in 2017, which is 0.5% of the total amount raised. In 2018, government, after the first mandate of the JBRs had expired, selected 5 firms, namely Barclays Bank Ghana, Data Bank, Fidelity Bank, IC Securities, and Stanbic Bank Ghana as the new joint book runners through an evaluation process. The decision to increase the JBRs to 5 was in response to deepening of the market and the need to increase the marketing and selling of Government of Ghana bonds across a wider investor base. Mr. Speaker, government raised a total of 10.57 billion in 2, 3, 5, 7 and 10-year local currency bonds through a combination of new issuances and bond reopenings. An amount of 52.84 million was paid as fees to the JBRs, where each received 10.57 million in 2018. This was approximately 0.5% of the amount raised. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, a total of 9.88 billion in the medium to longer dated bonds was raised. A fee of 9.88 million was paid each JBR, totaling 49.42 million for the 5 joint book runners engaged in 2018. This makes 0.5% of the amount raised. In 2020, the 5 JBRs executed 20 new transactions across 2-year to 7-year tenors and reopened the 20-year bond. These transactions cumulatively raised about 16.6 billion in local currency government bonds and $388.9 million in domestic US denominated treasury bond. A total amount of 18.78 billion was raised, and each JBR was paid 18.83 million, totaling 94.14 million, which constitutes 0.56% of total amount raised. The performance of the joint book runners, as against the backdrop of seriously challenged macro-fiscal environment and tighter financing conditions induced by COVID-19 pandemic, which muted offshore demand for local currency issuances, leaving local investors to take up a large proportion of the year's treasury financing operations. In May 2021, based on the new primary dealers, PDS, and bond market specialists, BMS guidelines, government selected new PDs, out of which 9 institutions were given the mandate as BMS to be in charge of the book running process. The 9 institutions were Stanbic Bank, EcoBank, Absa Bank, GCB Bank, Car Bank, Fidelity Bank, IC Securities, Data Bank, and Blackstar Brokerage. From May 2021 to December 2021, they raised a total of 13.818 million US dollars. They raised a total of 13.8 billion US dollars in 2-year to 7-year bonds, 10-year, and a tap-in of a 6-year bond. They undertook a 5-year US dollar bond of 168.98 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, on the external front, government in 2017 did not embark on any Eurobond transaction. However, government in 2018 procured the services of the underlisted transaction advisors to raise an amount of 2 billion US dollars in a 10-year and 30-year Eurobond. 4 international lead managers, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citibank, and Standard Chartered Bank, and 3 local transaction advisors, Fidelity Bank, Data Bank, and IC Securities. White and Case was procured as international legal advisors, and JLG and MB Benchienchel and Lecha were procured as local legal advisors. Mr. Speaker, the 4 international transaction advisors procured were each paid 2 million US dollars, whilst each of the 3 local transaction advisors were paid 375,000 US dollars, and the 3 legal advisors each paid 90,000 US dollars. The international legal advisor was paid 379,159 US dollars. The total paid the transaction advisors, foreign and local, was 9.98 million US dollars, which is 0.49% of the amount raised. In 2019 and 2020, government raised a total of $3 billion in each year. From 2019, government took a proactive stance to build the capacity of domestic financial institutions with exposure and skill for future active roles in our Eurobond transactions. In view of this, government for the 2019 and 2020 transactions procured services of 3 local co-managers, Fidelity Bank, Data Bank, and IC Securities, and 2 sub-co-managers, GCB and SAS Investment. For the issuance, they worked alongside the 5 international lead managers, White and Case as the international legal advisors, JLD and MD and CQ Legal as the local legal advisors. Mr. Speaker, the 5 international transaction advisors procured were each paid $1.55 million each, whilst each of the 3 local transaction advisors were paid $375,000. Each sub-manager was paid $50,000. The international legal advisor was paid $399,661, and 2 local legal advisors each paid $75,000. In all, a total of $9.55 million and $9.7 million was paid to international advisors. International legal advisor, local transaction advisor, sub-co-managers, and the local legal advisors in 2019 and 2020 respectively, which is 0.3% of the total amount raised in 2019 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, government once again for 2021 took a proactive stance to procure all the necessary transaction advisors, international joint lead managers, local and legal advisors required for the Eurobond program. The 5 international joint lead managers procured were Standard Chartered Bank, RM Standard Bank, Bank of America, and Citibank. The 5 local transaction advisors procured were Fidelity Bank, Data Bank, IC Securities, Temple Investment and Car Bank. White and Case was procured as international legal advisors, whilst CQ Legal and K&K Legal were procured as the 2 local legal advisors. The 5 international joint lead managers were each paid $1.497 million. The 5 local transaction advisors procured were each paid $166,375. The international legal advisor was paid $375,000, whilst the 2 local legal advisors were each paid $75,000 to raise a total amount of $3 billion. In total, the international and local transaction advisors were paid $8.843 million, which is 0.29% of the amount. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lydia, I think this is an elaborate answer. Do you still have supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, indeed, it's very elaborate, hence my follow-up question. What was the mode of selection for the transaction advisors and book runners for the international bond issuance in 2028 and 2029? 2018 and 2019, sorry. Let me repeat my question again. What was the mode of selection for the transaction advisors and book runners transaction bond issuance in 2018 and 2019?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was done by international competitive bidding process and open evaluation process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you may have your last supplementary question.
Though not satisfactory, because I didn't really understand what he said. I'll go on with my second supplementary. I said I did not understand what you said. Yes. So I want you to repeat the answer you gave.
You didn't hear.
Let me go on, right, Honorable Speaker. No, it's okay. It's not prepared to answer. Does the minister not feel that he finds himself in a conflict of interest situation, given that he is the one who makes the decision on bonds issuance, and his firm Data Bank is the book runners and transaction advisors for the bond issuance?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.